All right, welcome to Hoshido Eternal Podcast. Today we will be doing some casual free flow, and also be answering some questions for the past other podcast episodes that we have. We had a lot of viewers here and there, um, and I'm just taking a collaborative of a bunch of their serious questions, and we will be asking that to the entire group, and we'll see if we can lay out some foundation and maybe some solutions to those answers. Maybe, I don't know. Uh, we'll see. We'll start off with a very interesting one because this question was asked in one of our earlier podcast episodes. Um, I don't think we fully defined it because I don't think at the time either one of none of us can really give a sufficient answer to it. I have my own answer, but I'm really interested in hearing what everyone else here will have to say about it. So, and the question is for all of us, what is a high value man? And give your explanation as to why you think what a high value man is.
Oh, I'll go first. So, a high value male will basically be determined by the female mate selection process, which by a female's mate selection process would be a male with a lot of resources enough to cover her and her potential offsprings, while also maintaining a high social status. So, a man who is often sought after.
Okay. Um, and why is it that you believe that's what a high value man is?
Oh, because it is what women seek the most. It's the characteristics of a male that most women are attracted to. But those men are very few in between. Thus, they have a higher value as there's greater scarcity. Because women want men who are like at the top of the percentiles. That makes them rare.
Okay. How about you, Gemini?
Um, I don't think it's far off of what Falcon said in the when someone is trying to date, they usually look for someone who has the resources in a way to provide for them. Whether I guess if we're talking about someone who is a high value male, um, then I would say females usually do this. Um, a lot of the time, sadly, they look at someone who someone who usually already has a car, someone who has good income, someone who can possibly just, you know, it it to me, I feel like it doesn't matter it if they depending on their social status, but I feel social status is something that definitely would help. But the type of women that usually look for guys like this are
Gold diggers?
uh well there's women like that, and there's also women who are they just they're very ambitious, but also there's the ones who are very ambitious, and then there's ones who are very oh, I can get any kind of man I want kind of deal. And it's I'm sorry, that's not really if you see some of those kind of women who usually are talking about these high value men, they're usually in the club looking in the wrong area.
They
You
need to go to
know.
church and look for them. I don't know why they at the club.
Right? I feel like somebody that went to church would be high value.
Because almost everybody I knew in my church had like a high profession.
Yeah, that's why I'm saying like it if you want to look for that kind of person, cool. But I mean, there, if you can change the definition of it for any kind of, relationship or for any person you're looking for.
Okay. How about you right now? What do you feel is a high value man, and can you give your reasoning why you believe your reasoning
Well,
is a high
I
value man?
personally believe what constitute a high value man is what, judging by the sexual market value, what a woman values in a partner at that point in time. For instance, there are some women that value height. There are some women that value money. There are some women that value stability. And then there's some that value all in one package. Um, Now, if we're going by common denominator, sure, you can make the argument that a lot of women want a family, and if a lot of women want a family, you do have to achieve a certain level of stability in order for a woman to choose you. So that's how I would define how most women see a high value man.
All right. How about you, Goku?
Hmm. I mean, I agree with everything everybody said pretty much. I mean, yeah, it's like figuring out what your purpose is basically. It's like what a man's purpose in life, like building, growing up your family and you're investing in your career. Is like these are a lot of things like making a stepping stone, making sure you have everything set up, like what you're going to do next, like house buying, whether it be cars, whatever you need. Uh, yeah, church too. Yeah, like I knew everybody that was in church, and they were always like I felt like they were all high value people, and I was going there, and I thought at the time I was high value, but you know,
Also, can I make an antecedent,
What now?
an extra note of what I just said?
Yeah, sure. Go ahead.
On the whole high value male aspect, I do think that there are different ways a man can achieve a certain level of stability to care for a family. Obviously, and this is where I get confused when people are like, oh, all women are gold diggers because they want a certain amount of money. Well, in a capitalistic society, yeah. Yeah, a lot of them are going to request a certain income bracket for family to be viable. The only exceptions I can imagine for that would be if they have like a good connected community, like for instance, church, where there's a guy that knows hundreds of people that even though they don't have the means, they can talk to that guy or that person they know to provide food or whatever. And another person that's not that rich that could also provide the same thing without finances would be a farmer that has the knowledge of providing sustenance. But either way, there has to be some level of skill or resource in order to be viable as this man would be a good father. I'm going to choose him.
huh, like have connections.
Yeah, either connections, knowledge, or resource.
Okay, yeah. This I just read this too. This is pretty good, and this I feel like this is right. A high value man is someone who understands if you want to succeed in life, you must actually do the things that lead to the desired result. That's true. It's like if you want to succeed, you actually have to do something to do it. It's not going to just happen for them, unless you're rich.
Okay, so I think everyone gave their reasoning for what a high value man is. Um, the next question I'm about to ask, it could be a little bit of a hot topic. I don't know, but it was requested. And don't worry, it's not shitting on any of you guys here. This is a question for all of you as a whole.
Hmm.
Um, a viewer asked, "Why do girls wear revealing clothing for attention? But when they get attention, they wanted they wanted they okay. Hold on, let me read that. Why do girls wear revealing clothing for attention? But when they get that attention they wanted, they call the guys stalkers and creepy."
Oh, I can answer
I
this one. This is easy.
Okay, so sounds like you want to go for it first, Falcon. Go ahead.
Yeah, let's hear
So
this.
women who wear revealing clothes is because they want the attention of high value males. They're trying to basically use a strategy where I'm pretty, men like pretty things. Let me show them how pretty I am. The thing is, it also draws the attention of lesser value men from a woman's perspective. So when she's grossed out that you're not a high value male. If you were a high value male with a lot of beauty features that the female population values, she wouldn't be grossed out. Basically,
Okay.
female reasoning.
Uh, how do you feel about this, Gemini?
I find it very contradictory in the way some women act. Like I'm all for body positivity and everything, but when it like if you want to wear a certain outfit because it makes you feel good, or you're proud of how you look, and it draws the attention of certain men, uh and let's say this guy walks up to you or something, like you're gonna have to um you're gonna have to realize that
You're kind of breaking up.
there
Yeah, you're really low on your mic there, Gemini. We can't hear you.
hang on then. Okay,
Lynn,
how about
also,
now?
I saw your response. I hate you.
Okay, how about now? Is now about do I sound better?
Yeah.
Okay,
Okay.
so with women who wear revealing clothes that I so it has I feel kind of the same way that Falcon does, is that these women that wear revealing clothes and they are for some reason repulsed that a guy is giving attention to them, even though some it can be some sort of attention seeking, is like I will never understand that. But if the woman is wearing the outfit for them, like, because it makes them feel better, it's like a form of body positivity, this, that, the other thing, whatever. That's good. But now you have to realize if you put on certain outfits, it's going to attract people to you that you may want or you may not want, and you're going to have to deal with that in certain um however way that you can. I'm not a woman. I can't say whether you should deal with that rudely or nicely, but I'm I'm sure it depends with like however these people are coming off to you, because let's say a guy is being a creep, you know, very weird about it. Sure, you can call the guy a creep. But if a guy just comes up to you and says hi, that's different. Like it's like those um it's like those gym videos, right? Where the woman is working out, but they see a guy in the background and they don't know what they're doing, and they just say, "Oh, this guy's a creep. Oh, this guy's this that," when he's not even doing anything wrong in the video. It's kind of like that.
Okay. How about you, Ragnar? How do you feel about that?
When it comes to skimpy wear, I will say that there are, in my opinion, three reasons. One is confidence, second is validation, and the third is rebellion. Confidence because I think we've all felt this way, men too, that, after a good workout day, you feel good about how you look, and sometimes you just want to, show it off to the world. It's like, yeah, check out my gains or something alongside that. I know that there's a lot of men that post up their muscles and stuff on Instagram to show off the work that they've been put on. So that's one reason. Validation. Um, that's the common one that most people can coincide with, where, in order to feel good about yourself, sometimes you need the approval of others. And sometimes, not all the times, you get approval from people that you do not desire. Lastly, rebellion. Sometimes there are some women that dress skimpily as a sign of rebellion to go against social norms, as a lot of societies, you know, make it mandated for women to dress up modestly. There are some women out there, they're like, you know what, forget that. I'm not part of your rhetoric. I'm going to dress however I want. And that's my conclusion.
And how about you, Goku?
I don't really know. It's pretty much everything. I mean, I don't know. It's like women want to be loved and respected, but it's all about what people say, what they are, and how they are in person. I mean, a lot of them do go out there and dressing skimpy and all that stuff, but I mean, it's just like she said, the same thing. It's like they're, validation. Could just be like showing off, like they just worked out. They've been working out a long time. They've got a new body, and all these achievements. They want to show it off. I don't think a lot. I'd say 80% is like out there trying to find somebody, and while the other is just showing off what they've got, and they got a lot.
I would give women credit. They do go to the gym a lot to improve themselves physically, which that's a nice social behavior to constantly go to the gym. That's pretty good.
They're very motivated, very more
That's why they
motivated.
live longer. They don't got diabetes as often.
Is that actually true?
Diabetes is actually commonly more in men than it is women.
And I'm gonna press the statement again. Women are not the only one that do it. There's some gym bros that after a hard workout, they're like, you know what? I'm gonna show off my muscles. I'm gonna walk around shirtless today.
Yep. You guys seen
That one LMFAO song, "Look at My
Wait,
Body."
wait,
Yeah.
wait. Ren has an
Right.
answer to the question
But
as well. Ren said, "I will judge people for what they wear. However, I won't actively act on it. I'll have the presumptions, but I won't treat them any different unless they prove my presumptions right."
Yeah, and I think that's fair.
Yeah, that's good.
okay, but wait, gym
For the home
bros
indoor
being like, are you talking about like being out in the open and not in the gym?
Yes, I'm talking about out in open. There are some gym bros after a long hard workout, they want to show off their body to the world.
Yeah.
Okay. All right. I wanted to see what Bob was gonna say, but I don't know if he's there. Yeah. All right. So I think we can conclude we answered that question. So
Oh wait, Bob. He said sorry.
I guess I'll repeat the question to you in the audience there. So, um, well, actually, hold on. Oh, okay. I guess he's not gonna say anything. I'll repeat the question again, and while we go on to the next question, you can answer it, I guess. Why do girls wear revealing clothing for attention, but when they get attention they wanted, those girls call the guys stalkers and creepy? what exactly are they looking for? Um, Trust me, Shin. If you had a radical mindset, then half our audience are kittens to us at this point.
I wouldn't call them that
As
cute.
Bob said, oh, they just want attention. All kinds of
All
attention.
kinds of attention.
Good or bad. It's a game.
Yeah, it is a dopamine game, like a dopamine
What do you
machine.
think about that, Arachna? What do you think about his answer?
As I said, like for the different types, sure, you can say for the one for the validation category, sure.
Yeah.
Okay. This is a returning question, but they wanted it to be repeated. So this question from the audience, there was about a good 6 of them wanted this repeated. Should women automatically be believed when they make the claim they are raped, or should we assess the situation logically?
Oh shit.
Obviously, we should assess the situation logically, man or woman. We need to gather evidence before coming up with a conclusion. Otherwise, we're just having another witch hunt. And we already know how that went.
Okay, Falcon, how about you? What do you think?
Oh, I don't believe women automatically when they say they've been raped. I'm on the camp with I'm on the camp of when I see the video in 4K or direct
4K.
irrefutable evidence of it actually happening, then I'll believe you. Because there's too much attention seeking going on in modern culture.
In what way?
Like a lot of false accusations just get attention. Or if a woman cheats on her partner and she get caught, she'll just say, "Well, it wasn't consensual." So generally, I just don't believe women in general.
I understand. I understand what you're getting at.
Yeah.
Falcon, do you want to explain?
Oh, I did.
Okay. So Gemini, what do you have a hard time understanding with his statement?
No, no. Asked him how, in what way, uh, in more modern culture, does it seem like, you know, we're just kind of believing everything, you know. So he already explained it, but
Okay.
so I do I see where he's getting at though.
Shin, I don't know what it is you said that made the mod censor you, but whatever it is, it must have been really bad. I I don't know what that is, but I'm glad it's working.
Wow.
All right, guys. I guess we can move on
Oh,
to
it's
the
because
next.
of he used the word rape. Yeah, Bob. Yeah, it's being checked
Probably.
by
You should
Yeah.
probably blurt out that. Yeah.
Yeah. If you yeah. Let's see.
I would agree. I would agree with Falcon and Addy here that it's not safe to
Hold on here. I can allow it. There. You won't have to do it now, Bob. It should be on there.
Okay,
you
go
know
ahead,
that
Gemini, and I'll read Bob's statement.
no, it's okay, but that it's not safe to just automatically assume um if somebody's coming in and just saying,
Oh,
"Oh,
I
it's
highlighted this question. That question was mainly for Ant. If this speaker ever listens to our podcast, whether it be Spotify or wherever, um, I'm sorry, Ant is not here. Um, he's. I guess they're going on what Ant said, where Ant said that they should always be believed no matter what.
Oh well,
Oh,
because that's very dangerous, though.
yep.
Yeah, no, that's what some people were saying, that Ant has a very dangerous mindset. If you were to automatically believe that the woman is always right 100% of the time, you're going to send them to prison. And when they're found out to be innocent, the woman gets away scot free. It is not fair for anyone to say that women should be believed 100% of the time.
Yeah, and I think we all can agree that that's
Yeah,
very
that's the comment. I totally missed that
yeah.
comment. I didn't know that. I apologize to that viewer if you ever watch this. I did not know. I did not see your statement there. I'm sorry.
Yeah, I think we all can agree that that's a good conclusion to that.
Yeah.
Right, because I think time and time again we've always seen like court cases where a girl would scream rape, right? And
Yeah,
the guy has like a scholarship, has a basketball scholarship, a ride to college and whatnot, and has the potential to be in NBA and whatnot, and that gets all shut down because of a rape accusation. That's not true. I think the woman should be severely punished for lying. Um, I definitely will agree with
Yeah,
the
because
viewer
it
on that
does
one.
destroy a lot of like
It
you could.
destroys their fucking life. Like
Yeah.
they built up for so long,
And
and
the worst part is sometimes some of those cases can go on for years. So this
mhm.
person's like screwed for
Yeah,
years.
and when he gets out, like
Yeah.
what can the city offer as
Yeah.
something to repair his life? There's
Exactly.
nothing that
There's
can.
nothing. You
There,
lost
there's nothing
years
to
of your
do.
life. Yeah, that's what I've always wondered when you get like
Yeah.
go to jail for 30, 40 years. You see those people who get out and they're finally proven innocent. I mean, what you can't do anything for them now. It's like their life's pretty much done.
I
And
also will defend Ant, even though I disagree with him heavily. I I think he means well with what he said, because are there cases that women have gotten raped and it fell on deaf ears, no one believes them and whatnot? Sure, that does happen. But when we live in this society, we need concrete evidence, right? So if you are raped, you need to get, and I'm viewer discretion advised with the words I'm going to say, okay? Um, but you need to get your vagina swabbed. You need that evidence. You, if you have eyewitnesses, get their statements, get them to be involved as much as they don't want to be, because I know how that stifles up more drama and whatnot. Like, all I can say is evidence and logic over any kind of emotion here. I'm more for evidence and logic.
yep, that's pretty much just like what Bob said on there. Same thing. It needs to be like investigated for sure. Like both parties should be like detained while they're doing an investigation, which is like you're saying the swab and all that. But says
Uh,
all kinds.
it's not really an argument, Shin.
Yeah.
I'm just stating in general. One of the things you can do to get evidences. I'm not saying it only has to be a vagina swab.
Mm-hmm.
I'm also not saying that's the only sole solution.
Yeah.
They also just get investigate your body for like DNA
Right. You need to find
leftovers of your
some
body.
kind of. You need to find some kind of evidence. I'm just using the whole vagina swab thing as one of the things they can do.
Yeah,
Now, if
but what about the other part? Like they could say that. What if they were already having sex regularly, and then the boyfriend or whatever pissed them off, and
right,
then
and
they
that's
could,
that's why
because then I
the
mean,
rape cases are hard.
yeah, it's like because they can just say that, because or the guy
But
left him, left her.
but there's a continuation to this question too. They're also asking, do you guys think that we should revise the laws where they should investigate further in both parties' relationships? How long they've been with each other? How long do they know each other? Where did they first interact? Who can vouch for both sides?
Oh my god, that just sounds like a
Um,
long
Mm,
court, like a long court date.
right, and because the thing is, The viewer said most courts will automatically believe the woman because they are a woman.
But here's the
And
tricky thing, like in most rape statistics, you are most likely to get raped by your loved one or relative.
uh, I don't think that's entirely true, but I'm not
But
going to say that isn't either. Rin asked, "Is that courts or jury?" That's in general all courts. Jury decides, you know, based on the evidence that they
Evidence at hand,
hear
yeah.
and presented, but overall in courts, it is already immediately decided that women are believed. Bob says if the investigation requires more than 72 hours, then we should default to a natural result. That gives both parties restraining orders from each other. Restraining orders is one thing, but you know, even though you throw that restraining order in, the other party is going to chase that rape charge.
I will say
So,
this, I found this statistic, and even though it's for mainly children, at least when it comes to children, 63% of children are raped by their relative.
uh,
Let me reiterate: 63% of violated children were raped by relatives.
that's interesting, but that brings up a little bit of a separate argument there. Uh, Let me read your previous statement there, Bob. Continuing that. Wait, no, not that one. Should women honorably be believed if they make the claim they are raped? I feel like both needs to be in order. Yes, we need to investigate the situation, but at the same time, both should be detained while collecting evidence. Yeah, that's what I said earlier. Continuing that statement, basically, both should be detained, not exactly arrested, but held until enough evidence has been collected about the situation. Once we figure out who was telling the truth, press charges. Unfortunately, Bob, that's not how that works. Um, in most cases, it's guilty until proven innocent. So whoever is being, whoever's getting slammed with that rape charge has to go to prison until further investigation. And I feel like when it from the other viewer that asked us about revision, they were highlighting that, and they feel that we should change that where they shouldn't be thrown in prison or even jail. Kind of going along with what you're saying there, Bob. But unfortunately, this is not how courts play out.
I vehemently um, disagree. Like for the case of the Andrew Callahan case of the all gas no brakes guy, for him it didn't matter the duration of the relationship when he did what he did.
I'm
So
actually not sure what you're disagreeing on, but go ahead.
I disagree on the matter that there should be like an investigation on the duration of the relationship.
Uh, I don't know if they actually do that. I was only for me. I was only saying that as maybe that could be help. Like maybe that could help the situation. I'm not saying that that's something they actually do.
Yeah, and I'm saying like I disagree with that. I don't think that would help at all.
Then what do you think would be a better replacement for that then?
I know it wouldn't be that. Otherwise, because what are you implying with that? Like, do they have to have like a short relationship in order for a rape to qualify as a value rape? Uh, do
I
rel-
have no
rel-
implications behind that. Like I said previously, I
Mhm,
only said that to see if it can help the investigation.
mhm.
No negative implications behind that.
Yeah, that's why I'm asking for a clarifier,
Right.
and you're not giving me any clarification on that.
I just told you that there is no negative context behind me saying that.
Uh,
I was only saying
But
that in general.
I'm not. assuming you're making a negative, forget it.
No, go ahead, continue.
No, I'm asking for clarification. I was like, okay, what exactly needs to be investigated about the duration of the relationship? What about the duration of the relationship would qualify whether a rape is legitimate or not?
Well, it's like what I was saying earlier. Like, if they investigate their relationship, like how long they known each other, maybe it can help determine, you know, both sides' perception of what is going on. I'm not saying that is the sole answer. I'm not saying that's the solution. What I am saying is that maybe it can help when it comes to investigating both parties. Now, if you're saying you disagree because you feel like that doesn't matter, then okay, I don't
Yeah,
really have much to say. I already said my piece on saying that the duration of relationship for both parties is useful evidence. That's what I'm saying.
yeah.
Literally what Bob just said right here. I think knowing the duration of the relation from both parties to confirm if their answers line up is useful evidence, but not the one thing that concludes everything. Yeah, that's literally what I just said. I don't think it's the solve all answer. That's not what I'm saying here, Arachna.
Mm.
But if anyone else wants to add to that, go ahead.
That's good.
I'm good.
Yeah, I'll just agree to disagree on that matter.
You can. I'm not. I wasn't even trying to disagree with you. I'm just offering up solutions. But all right.
Yeah.
Um. All right. So, anywho, can a man and women's role in a traditional society be reversed? How do you feel about this reverse approach? I actually don't get this. Like, are they saying that
I get it.
women be the alpha role? Uh, we'll start off with Goku on this one.
I don't get it. What is? Say it again.
Can a man and women's role in a traditional society be reversed? How do you
So
feel about this reverse approach?
they're asking if women can be providers and the men takes a more submissive role.
Oh yeah, of course.
Yeah, I think
It's
so.
like
I think that's
I
possible.
mean, there's stay at home dads. What's the same thing, right?
Yeah,
Yeah.
Yeah, of
Yeah,
course.
I think so too.
there's no problem with that at all.
Fucking, what do you think?
To an extent, because as I see it, women are more bounded by their nature than men are. So her nature is going to want a man who's more masculine. So as long as he's masculine
Bruh.
enough, her nature will be a bit more forgiving on that matter. So stay-at-home dad who hits the gym to get buff a lot, so you don't forget why she picked you. Like, look at these muscles. You know you picked me for these muscles. You just do a little flex.
Oh my god.
No.
Cringe.
Yeah,
Do the Johnny Bravo.
Oh
Uh,
my
I don't
god.
know. I kind of disagree with that.
I think in the society that we live in already, like it's proven that um like definitely if we lived in a more traditional kind of society that was back in like the 40s and everything, that kind of lifestyle would be frowned upon. They'd be like, what the hell is going on here? It's too progressive. Um, but oh, and at the height of McCarthyism, they'd probably think you guys were commies, but um, um, in today's society, since I feel like gender roles don't matter anymore, um, a guy can be a stay-at-home dad, and it doesn't really matter who the breadwinner is. Like you guys can both go to work, get a decent amount of money, come home, and just do what has to be done. Like there doesn't have to be a submissive role. There doesn't have to be a dominant role. You guys can just be together. That's fine.
Okay.
Okay. Falcon, do you have anything to add to that?
I'm good.
Okay. Let's see if there's anyone in Rin or Bob. Let's see. There are women who Stockholm themselves into staying with abusive men. That also be true.
Yeah.
Yes, that is true.
That is true.
You'll have that one friend who's in a really bad relationship, and you're like, "Why do you stay with him?" And they'll be like, "Oh, because I love him." And it's like, Nah, you don't."
That sounds like double
Uh,
cray cray.
Bob, the question is, can a man and woman's role in a traditional society be reversed? How do you feel about this reverse approach? We'll wait for Bob a little bit before we get into that. How do you feel about that approach, Bob?
Be reversed, yes. Okay. I don't feel anything about it.
They just people just do what they want.
Yep.
Okay, all right, fair, fair. Power to them. All right, I respect it. All right. So next question from another viewer. They actually don't care if their alias name is revealed. Um, wow. Trigun32 asked, "Why do men want women to be submissive in the relationship? Is there any actual benefits to women being submissive to men?"
Less of a headache. That's one. Like less conflict in general.
Okay. Why do you believe that, Falcon?
Oh, I generally don't want to be in a relationship where I'm always in constant conflict with a person, or if a person was always offended by my statements. I find such an individual to be undesirable.
All right. Does anyone want to counter argue that or add to that?
No.
Um, I think to an extent, I agree. I do agree that the reason why there's some people that would seek out submissive individuals is because if you have an idea or you want to initiate something, the person is more go with the flow, so you can always see your ideas come to light. And there's some people that like that, while there are some people that prefer more dominant personalities that constantly challenge them. There are some people that want to be challenged, and some people that don't. They want someone that goes with the flow.
Hmm.
Hey, Gemini, how about you? What do you feel about this?
Um, I I think it depends on what kind of dynamic that the individual wants to have. Uh, on both sides. So if a woman doesn't mind being submissive 24/7, that's good on her. If the guy finds being dominant 24/7, like that's man, it it's interesting, I guess, because that's kind of a little old school, but people nowadays would see that in the as a BDSM dynamic, and I don't know. I just for me as someone who is part of that community, I still feel like, you know, someone who is in the submissive, you know, position, they should still have their words, their thoughts, this, that, the other thing, everything like that. you should still be a relationship more than just than the dynamic, if that makes sense. You know, because you still want to be heard, you still want to be validated, you still want
Yeah, everyone
to
has their limits.
cuddle, yeah. So to just be submissive 24/7, I don't know. I just don't feel like that would work.
Hmm.
For the same thing with being dominant 24/7. Like you there's upsides and downsides to it, but I feel like there's way more downsides to it because it just becomes more of a dynamic than just a relationship.
I agree.
I I can agree with that. Okay. How about you, Gecko? What do you think? Goku?
Same thing. Same thing. I
Same thing.
agree. I agree. I agree. The same thing. I mean, yeah. I really
And
don't
there's
have anything.
something to keep an eye in mind, like whether you're a dominant or submissive person. Always keep in mind when you're ever in any dynamic relationship that your partner is a person first before they are a submissive or a dominant. They
Exactly.
they have insecurities, they have boundaries, limits.
Exactly. You shouldn't look at them as being the dynamic first when you should see them as a person first, and you should still make sure that they're okay. You should still take their feelings into consideration. You know, I know I'm speaking what sounds like common sense here, but some people don't know that. Um, but yeah, if you lean too much far into it, it becomes a dynamic more than just a relationship. Is what I'm saying. And the cons definitely outweigh the goods of just, oh, not having a headache, oh, not having someone I have to like, I'm sorry, if you're going to be in a relationship, there are going to be some things that you know fight about, or have
Yes.
little scuffs and things, and you just learn to compromise.
Yeah.
Okay. I guess we can go on to the next question. And Bob noted about whether or not you're dominant or submissive. That's pretty funny. Yeah, so we'll go to the next question that was voted here. Let's see. This one's interesting. Should women really go to nightclubs looking for a potential partner? Or are they just seeking a hookup and one night stand? Why do they do this? And why does this benefit them at all?
Have
And
you
my
guys ever
comment
been
was,
to a nightclub?
what happened?
Have people like these people asking these questions, have they ever been to a nightclub?
I think we should answer the question first before we start attacking on the audience there.
Um, I will say that how would I put this in the most neutral light? Um, sure, you can say that one night stands is a reason for people to go to clubs, but it's not the reason. Some people want to go there as a hangout spot with their friends. Some people want to go there to interact with a community. Like, for instance, down here you have certain communal clubs like goth clubs, kink clubs, gay clubs.
Mm-hmm.
Like, you're looking for a certain community. It's a community hub. And when it's not that, you're just going to a place to dance. Sometimes you're going to that place to express yourself. Like, for instance, if you go to a rave club, you just see like a people with like a bunch of glow in the dark paint dancing with their levitation rods. It's not the reason. Like, one night stands are far from the main reason people go to clubs.
Yeah, I don't.
Is that what you think women do in nightclubs?
Yeah.
Okay.
Both men and women.
We'll go to
Oh,
Falcon
on
next.
the side note, other than
Oh,
sex, there's also drugs in there. That's
Oh,
also
when
a
it comes to
reason people go to
nightclubs, I'm
clubs.
pretty sure most people go there for hookup culture. 'Cause I know most guys go to nightclubs to get laid, and I'm pretty sure most women who go to nightclubs are looking for like a one night they probably gonna forget. So the reason why
Mm,
people use nightclubs as a means of dating and hooking up, well, let's see. Hmm.
well, it's like a social hub.
Yeah, it's just part of their culture.
Hmm.
I'm of different culture for now.
My culture's better than your culture.
Oh my God, stop.
Cultural T
Prove
post.
me wrong.
um,
Okay, let's not attack the speakers now. Let's disregard the attacking each other. Anywho,
uh, so I would say that Arachno, Falcon, they're both right in in a sense because everybody going to a nightclub doesn't, you know, I don't, hell, I can't even speak for people going to nightclubs. Hell, I've never went to a nightclub because obvious reasons, but um, would I like to go to one? Sure. Um, I if you so I don't know the kind of women that go to nightclubs looking for guys or anything like that, but yes, it is a quote unquote hub to like talk to people who are into the same kind of things that you're into, which is why it's like there's brands, right, that they stick with, like, you know, goth, the there's gay clubs, there's this, that, the other kind of clubs, you know, they usually go with a type of brand to attract a certain type of demographic of people. Um, Now, to the question in general, why do women think it's a good place to find guys? I don't know. I don't know. Like, you don't know what kind of guy is going to be at a nightclub, and you don't know what kind of woman is going to be at a nightclub. So, I mean, sometimes you can be lucky and find a random person who'll just be like, yeah, sure, I'll, you know, like it could start from a hookup and they this doesn't really happen, but they could, you know, be there the next morning and you could start a relationship from there. Like, or, you know, you just go there to drink and dance and other things, but, you know, socially interact, but whatever.
Yep.
I just
It's more like if a woman is going there to talk to a guy, it's more on the off chance of like, you know, crap, I've done everything else. Let me try here of people that I, you know, I'm comfortable around, and let's see if a guy here won't screw me over kind of deal. And usually when you have that option, it's a 50-50 chance. So,
Hmm.
Also, a large reason that a lot of people hook up in nightclubs is drug induced. Lots and lots of
mm,
drugs.
I guess that depends on the area and demographic.
And
But
alcohol.
I will humbly disagree with that. I don't think so.
It's not one of the reasons people cook up.
That's where
Some
the
people
drug is
go by
being.
the motions. I'm just saying that's one of the reasons.
I'm I don't know. I don't think that's like a big reason, but all right.
It's a reason.
It may be a reason, but how often does that happen in every single nightclub?
Mm.
But all right. I guess we can move on to the next
Wait,
question.
Wait, I just realized I
what
didn't
about
answer the
me?
second part of that.
Wait, I still got it. I got a good one
You know what,
for it.
Goku? Yeah, why not you? I thought you were just gonna simply say, yeah, what they said.
No. So I've gone to nightclubs a lot because if you guys know me, I have five girlfriend or best friends that are girls, right? So
Yeah.
they would always want to go to nightclubs all the time. I didn't like them, but then I found out the secret to all of them. I don't go there. I go there as as like best friend of all the girls, so you go in a whole crew, right? The best part I found out about that, like I didn't want to hook up with any of those girls because I knew that they were just there to hook. Well, in my mind, like I knew all these girls were just there to hook up or whatever, one night stands, and that's what I thought. And I never really went into any of that. But what I used to do was my friends, they would like some guy that they would like or whatever. I'd go over there and talk to that guy for him. Be the, what is it called again? Uh,
Wingman.
Wingman, yeah, like the wingman for all the girls. But the thing is, they knew that they didn't want to hook up with this guy, but they would use him. And I learned to do the same thing, which is wrong. But I would go and say, "Hey, my friend really likes you." Blah blah blah. I go over there. I had a couple of drinks. And then the guy would always buy me drinks because they have to, make sure the guy that's the best friend of all these girls, like I'm the protector, make sure he's taken care of. So I always got free drinks and shots all the time. So I just started going just for the free shit. I wasn't even about hooking up anything. I just learned it's like, holy shit, I'm like that hot girl that can just get drinks and just leave.
Well, you're more so the gate.
Or the
and
gate,
they're
yeah.
trying to find their way
A lot
in.
of them did think I was gay. And I'm fine with it. I don't care.
No. I'm not saying gay. I'm saying gate. They see you as the
Okay.
gate.
Okay,
Yeah.
It was great. Oh, but you want to hear
My boys are
another?
like free drinks be free drinks.
Like you're the bodyguard basically,
Yep.
and they're just like, oh, okay, shit, we have to
You gotta
just
take
make
care.
sure he's happy
Yep.
to
It was
to
great.
get
It
everybody
was the
else.
greatest thing ever, man. And I want to tell you one quick story, real quick, about this one guy that we knew. He was he would go into those clubs just like you're saying, but he had one trick, and I think I might have told one of you guys about this. So he had a high percentage of getting laid, no matter what. And what he would do is you would go
You about to start
slam.
taking notes?
No, he would start slamming. Like he would take 2 or 3 shots and a beer. And I remember he did the same thing all the time, so he got like a good buzz on. That was the first thing he did, his agenda. And then he would walk into the crowd and he's like, "Give me a few minutes, I'm gonna find one." He said he just goes up to each girl and we've seen him, and he just says, "Hey, hey, wanna F?" That's what he would just go to every girl, and then they would get really pissed off or like slap him or whatever. And he'd be like, "No, I'm just kidding, I'm just kidding." And then he'd go to the next girl. He did that to every one until he found one, and he would always leave. Like he was always
Again,
gone.
as
That
I
is a
said,
terrible
drugs.
tactic. That is a
Terrible. But
terrible
dude, I've seen him
tactic.
get slapped so many times. But every time we went, he would always leave with a girl.
Goku's story already confirmed my theory. Okami's
Oh
quite
my
gay.
god! But he's
This
but what he's doing is
it's
he's
terrible.
getting drunk.
Yep.
So what I imagine is he's getting
Nah, he wouldn't
he's
get
getting
like
drunk,
you give him a
like-
good buzz. But this guy was like he could drink that much. It was like he would call like the perfect buzz, is what he called
okay.
it.
So, but I imagine it would like make him feel numb in a way to where like he would go into the crowd and just go from woman to woman
Yep.
asking, "Yo, you want to have sex?" And they'd just be like, they would be so offended by the question,
Oh yeah.
they'd slap him.
Yep. We've
across the
seen him
face,
slap
and he'd
several
just,
times.
and he'd have the same kind of excuse like pranksters on YouTube go that go too far. Oh, it's just a prank, bro.
Yep.
It's just a prank.
Yep.
Oh, I'm just kidding. So then he would go to another woman and ask the same damn question.
Yep. I think he changed it up a little bit, but
That's persistence.
yep. Dude, it worked, and I've never had the ball. None of us had the balls to do that. This guy just didn't care.
That's
Well, if it's a one night stand, you don't
persistence
really have
and
to care for the person.
desperation.
He never got kicked out, though. Not that I remember of any of these places. I think because he was like getting the slap, and he'd be like, "I'll buy your drink" or something like that, you know. Like
Oh
he
my
just really
god.
talked, like the way he talked, he could get at anything. But anyway, next section. I just thought I'd share that with you guys because I thought it was so funny, and I just I remembered that part. That was so funny. This was years ago.
That is funny, but the guy sounds like an idiot.
Yeah, he's probably in jail.
Oh, one
Now
viewer.
here's
Jesus
my notes. I didn't know he
Christ,
was in
I'd like
jail.
to do
He
Wait,
was
something
wait.
thrown
dark
away.
real quick.
One viewer said, "Has Arachno ever gone to a fucking nightclub? Don't talk with your foot in your mouth, you fucking
Yes,
cunt."
I have with
Wow.
friends.
Okay.
Now we're gonna learn about her college
So
days
yeah, I'm not
tonight.
talking with my foot in my mouth.
Okay,
Okay.
viewer, don't call her that. Okay.
Damn.
I've
Okay.
gone
But we
All
don't do
to
right.
it.
I wasn't expecting that last part, but okay. Let's move on to the next question. Let's not get heated here. As I said before, let's drop attacking each other. Okay, guys, both speakers and viewers. Let's not do that. That's not productive here. Are dating apps really productive as they seem? What rate do you think that dates become successful through dating apps?
Well, dating apps are okay. Sometimes I get matches. They're never the matches I want. I end up like, oh, it's another one. Not interested. And the ones that I want to match with, they don't match with me. So it depends. What are you looking for in a dating app?
I would say that's a really good point with what you're looking for in a dating app, but also I feel like it's very
I would never
eh,
recommend a dating app to my guy friends.
All right, okay, Cupid's pretty good. You can
yeah,
like
no.
filter on everything.
No, like I also agree with Arachno. Don't if you're a guy, there is like a 1 in 100 chance that you're actually going to match, or maybe maybe a little smaller than that, but chance that you're going to actually match with somebody who will actually link and vibe with you the way that you want them to, and actually meet up with you. Actually go on dates and things like that. That is a very, very small chance for guys. Now, for women on dating apps, it's the other way around. Because guys, there are so many of us, and we just swipe, 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 swipe. And
It's a
the
numbers game.
women,
Yep.
yes. And the women are just like, shit, we have so many options, and we don't know who's just here to mess around or who's here to be serious. And they also have to take in like, well, who's attractive, who's like what is this person bringing to the table, like you know. So they have like probably thousands of people in their trying to talk to them in their DMs, and they're just like, yeah, no, just hit me up on Instagram or Snapchat, which is fair because they don't want to deal with any of that.
Okay.
Hmm.
Coco, what do you think?
Hmm. Same thing.
Ren says the most popular dating apps are trash. Tinder is garbage. So is Christian Mingle. Um, Not that I can confirm that, but I've seen a friend try using Christian Mingle. It's not fun.
I like Bumble. Bumble was pretty good for
There
just
was one that was such an odd sounding dating app and it disappeared. It was called Tingle and Mingle.
Mingle, yeah, I remember Mingle. I never used that.
I've never heard of that one.
Oh, Plenty of Fish too.
That's still
Plenty of
OKCupid,
around.
fish
that's
is the
garbage.
dark
What the
side.
heck?
It's
Yeah,
the
Aren't the top
bottom
three
of the
all
I,
around
barrel.
I
OP?
had the worst ones with Plenty of Fish. The worst ones. I got catfish a
For
lot on
some
that.
reason, it attracts the most scummy people. I don't know why.
Yeah, and I remember there was one that just straight up said, like, the first time I was talking to her, and she was like, "You mind if I come over?" And I was like, oh, okay, that's kind of odd, but I don't know why, but I still did it.
You want to explain it? That'd be funny.
I was scared about it. I was like, why? I even told her, I was like, dude, you don't even know me, and you saying you want to come over to my house. And
Yeah,
I was
I
like,
had that too. Like, there was like a guy I matched with, and they kept on asking for my personal information
yeah.
and where I lived. I'm like, okay, this is happening, this is gonna be a give or take. And he's like, no, why should I give you my information? Why should I give mine to you?
It's like I want
It's like
driver's
appointing
license picture
Spider-Man.
first.
Uh, oh, these are. I guess these are kind of personal questions. They're not. I don't think they're insulting. So, um, they're for you, Black Falcon. They're asking. This is fun. I'm gonna ask. This is really funny. Falcon. They're asking, are you a Muslim?
No, Mormon.
I think it's funny that they're asking that you're Muslim. um. Okay, there you go. You got your answer there. They're also asking for Gemini. Are you poly? And they're a returning viewer.
No, no, I'm not polyamorous. Tried, I uh, I tried a polyamorous relationship with an ex of mine a few years ago. Um,
I think you answered this before, didn't you?
but
This sounds familiar.
Yeah, it really does. Like I feel like this
uh,
question was asked before.
I honestly couldn't handle the at least for me the stress of the polyamory, or like just because I'm the jealous kind of type, and the way they wanted to go around it was just like, oh, just like try to find where that the thing causing your jealousy is coming from, see where your insecurity is coming from, that the other thing, and that's how you deal with your jealousy. And it's like,
I think it's really silly
I
that they
I
said that
don't
to you. Now that I'm really hearing what you said that again, because I swear you said this before, but I think that's rather silly for them to say that to you.
yeah, I know I have talked this about this before, but it's just because the whole thing with polyamory, right, is that you want to build a polyamorous family, depending on what type of polyamory it is, because there's open polyamory where it's like you can just really do whatever you want, and then there's closed polyamory where you and your primary partner have to be okay with bringing in other people, and then it's kind of a cycle. You do the same thing with the other people, and they have to do the same thing with you. So that's building up on it, and they call it ethical non-monogamy. Um, she claimed it was ethical non-monogamy, and apparently her partners knew about me, but I don't know. It just never felt right to me. And she's she's monogamous again because apparently she found somebody that can deal with her dissociative identity disorder. But I just like because I was there for her when she was monogamous and getting out of a really bad breakup. But then it's like she turned poly, so it's like which one is it gonna be? Like, are you gonna date,
Yikes.
or are you gonna be like, are you just gonna turn poly and just accept every partner? You know, like it just doesn't make sense to me.
Okay.
But yeah, that's my answer. No, I'm not polyamorous. Sorry.
All right. I guess I'll highlight this question since someone feels like it's not really answered. What rate do you think that dates become successful through dating apps?
Ooh,
Wait, what was
30%.
the question again? Can you repeat it?
What rate do you think that dates become successful through dating apps?
What rate do dates become successful in dating apps?
You long
Yeah,
term?
through dating apps.
Well, they're good for hookups. I can confirm that for sure.
Yeah, it says
Yeah, again, that's what Tinder's for. Yes, the each app would
Uh,
have their own difference, but I guess the iron goal for dating apps is literally to date, not just for a hookup and hit it and quit it and bye bye.
That's the goal, but the function is completely different.
Yeah, because people use it for whatever else.
I would give it a 25% success rate for women. Uh, for men, probably lower.
2.5?
yeah. No. I would give us like a 10%.
I
Oh, you
mean,
said dating.
I can't really answer on that because I never use dating apps, so I think the idea of using dating apps is weird to me personally.
yeah. I use those dating apps a lot, and I'm still single. So there's your proof.
I give you a lot of credit for not using a dating app.
I'm just saying that
I don't know if I'm supposed to take that as an insult
No,
or
no, no, it's a compliment.
okay. What were you saying,
If you
Arachna?
no, I'm just saying like especially when you're queer adjacent, you almost have to use dating apps because like you're already a sexual minority.
What is queer
Like at that point,
adjacent
you got like no
exactly?
choice.
Huh?
What is queer adjacent?
Like for instance, uh bi, pan, omnisexual.
Well, I know what those are, but what does it mean by queer adjacent?
That you are like you have a sexuality that's close to like LGBT.
Yeah, but what is that? Like, what is queer adjacent?
Uh,
Like, you know how bisexual means that they're interested in, you know, a guy or a girl, or
mhm.
pansexual, they like every other sexuality and whatnot. Except for another pan. I think there was like a rule for that. I'm just asking because I'm not sure. I'm not really sure what queer adjacent is.
Okay, so apparently the term is used to describe someone who is not queer themselves, but who is closely connected to the queer community.
You can go by
Oh,
the
okay. If that's the
commonly
definition,
associated
then
term, or
I'm
if you go
just
by
gonna
the
say,
term when it was
as
coined.
someone that's queer, you basically have to use apps because you're again, it's a numbers game. You're already a minority.
An irregularity.
Yeah, you're already an irregularity, and you're trying to find other people that are within that what
We're also
10%.
irregularities.
Ooh, hey, Bob
I
makes a
mean,
a good.
Okay, hold on, viewer. Please don't attack Arachno. There's no need for that. But continue, Arachno.
No, like it's there's nothing more to say. It's a numbers game. You're like here's the thing, like a lot of people think it's like, oh, nowadays over 60% of people identify as queer, when that's not the
Mm.
case. Like being queer is already not that common, and you're trying to find other people like you. And I
I
know, like, as someone that used like dating apps to find uh other women, that every time when I matched with a woman, they were usually in another state.
yeah,
So traveling out to meet in the middle is out of the question.
I mean, there's some
I,
that are locally, but especially in Florida, you don't you don't want to do that.
Well, you're in the capital of Fresh and Fit's territory there.
Exactly. You don't want to
would
do that here.
yeah, I would say like traveling, like maybe like a few hours. That depends whether, if you have the funds to do so. And also if the means or the ends justify the means. If there's anything going to come out of that, like and you're not just going there to like, let's say like she would be dating somebody for a month, and like at that point you're gonna ask yourself like, well, what's really going to come out of this? I've been coming to visit you for a month now. Like, what's going to happen here?
Uh, this next question from another viewer. I like their name, Chitty Chitty Bang Bang. Asked, would you date a super religious individual? Why or why not?
Ooh.
This question is mainly geared towards Arachno.
No.
I like where this is
No.
going.
Oh no.
Yeah, no, because there's context to this. They heard what you said about religious people, and they think they're humbly and respectfully saying that they think you're wrong on what you said about religious people, but they don't think you're a bad person.
I
That's
mean,
what I got.
yeah, sure. I'm just saying, like, for when it comes to me and dating, I, I personally can't fathom myself dating someone that if in their book says specifically to stone the gays, I can't physically imagine myself dating that person. I'm sorry.
Yeah, that's a bit weird. I understand like not liking the social behavior in which they interact with, but saying like I don't like your social behavior, so thus I'm gonna murk you. That's like, whoa, fam. You need to have a talk.
Yeah, see, look, even Falcon agrees.
There was a lot of context to
But what's
this.
the ultimatum
They
though? I
said,
guess you can ask that.
they said towards Arachno, and I guess Ant said something too about this. I don't know, but they were saying that everyone has a notion that all religious people will stone the gays, and that is not what every single religion does.
Yeah,
Um,
that's
No,
true.
only a select few do.
they're like, they feel that Arachno and others are generalizing every religion in a bad light.
Uh, okay. It's not every religion. I'm saying specifically to the religions where they say to stone the gays. I can't fathom myself with you for
Yeah.
many reasons. Now, let's just say that you are part of a religion that does accept gay people and all that stuff. Um, for me,
Well, the person that's talking is a Protestant, and they're using
sure.
themselves as an example.
For me, I don't know. I just can't fathom myself with someone that's very deep in spirituality. I like numbers. I like, you know, the sciences, and I can't. For me personally, I can't fathom myself with someone deep in spirituality.
Damn, there
That's
goes all
not
the
to
love,
Uh,
all
say.
the
and
single.
That's
then
not to say
there is
that I
a
hate.
yeah.
That's not to say that I hate religious people. I know that there's different types of religions. Like hell, when we were doing that space colony hypothetical, I was willing to allow religious people as long as they
Sorry,
involve
Buddhist monks, you got no
innovation.
shot
I
here.
don't mind having religious people in my life. I just personally, on a dating spectrum, can't conceive myself someone deep having a relationship with someone deep in spirituality. That's it.
I think that's fine.
Um,
Rin, no, stop. I'm not even gonna say what you just said. Oh my god. Um,
but isn't spirituality different from being religious?
yes and no. Um, usually some religions do practice like a spiritual aspect in part of the
Yeah,
religion.
yeah, type of spirituality, but Yeah. So no. So that's why I was just
I mean,
confused.
sometimes you can coincide both as the same, but not all the time.
Yeah.
And no, for the people that believe that science is a religion, science is not a religion. Stop that.
Scientology. Yeah. No. No.
No, it's not a
Scientology is
religion.
not.
It's not a religion, but cults can be based off of science, like science
Sci-
cults.
Scientology. Yes.
Yeah,
No, no,
yes,
not
like
Scientology. Like, if basically groups that demand you submit to the current science, even though science is an ever evolving theory.
Literally. Who's the guy who created Scientology? L. Ron E. Hubbard, I think, is his name. It's a quote unquote religion that worships him, and they yeah, defined as a cult, a business, or a new religious movement. Church of Scientology. Yeah, here's some of the texts. They say that a human possesses an immortal inner self termed a thetan that resides in the physical body and has experienced many past lives. Okay. Yeah, nope, I'm not reading anymore.
okay,
Oh
yeah,
no, I'm
let's
talking
not
about
get too
people
much
who
into
say not to
Scientology. I don't want
question
to
science,
have both Tom
even
Cruise and
though
Will Smith on here
science
screaming at us.
demands that you question science.
Yes.
Yeah, no. I don't like
Uh,
Tom Cruise anyway.
but anywho, I'm just gonna highlight this here for you. No, they're not attacking you whatsoever. They just thought that you were putting every religion in the world in a negative light, and
No.
they thought that you're being bigoted towards religious people.
No. That's why I feel like it's important because especially when people name me the name Bible Muncher, which I think is hilarious, by the way.
He's
Um, I just want to reiterate I don't hate religious people. Let's just have that clear in print.
Is that a fusion of two words that might imply you being lesbian?
What?
She
I
just said
would
she's queer.
I would think so, yes.
Okay, let's
Yeah,
move
but she said it now, but I don't remember her saying that in previous podcasts. So I'm trying to figure out where they got
I'm
that.
queer. I am queer.
Hey, you said in this podcast, but I remember it being said in the other podcast. This is knowledge I already have. I was wondering if they already had that knowledge.
Yeah.
No, they. I can tell you what they assumed because they assumed that Addie just outright. And yes, Addie, you already explained yourself. They just assumed that Arachno just hated all forms of religion. Um, Rin now is asking you what makes you queer.
That I don't mind having a relationship with someone of the same sex.
Mm, wouldn't you be more pansexual then?
Yes. I didn't want to be precise, but yes, I'm pansexual.
Pansexual is a funny term when you look at the original meaning of pansexual from when it was first quoted. Because
Wait,
then you can
so I'm
actually
kind of
say,
I'm a little lost on the definition of queer then because is that the same as pansexual?
Queer is a blanket term for anybody in the LGBT community.
Okay. Oh, okay, okay.
I wouldn't. Uh,
Okay, go ahead, Gemini. Further my confusion, because I thought what both Rin and Arachno said is, what it is. Oh, well, Rin
no,
says
I
queer
suppose
it just means non-normative.
Yeah, sure.
sexual. No, no. I suppose.
what came up first in the
Is
Yes,
definition
right.
Rin, I
term?
highlighted that. I just read what you said.
Was it first used to describe a group of people with sexual preferences, or was it first used to describe just things being abnormal in general? Which came first of the definition?
You know what? That's interesting. What did come first in that definition?
I know the definition for pansexual also changed because now it's used for what it is, but before it just meant attracting to anything, which means you could have also say pansexuals are attracted to pans if going by the original definition when it was first quoted. which was in a book, a novel, I believe. I can't remember what the name of the novel was.
Well, it says here that it was like first featured in gay themes in Greek culture in 1980s. I'm not sure where that's come from.
More research has to be done.
Dissecting my sexuality, regardless of dissecting my sexuality, can we move on to the next question?
Okay.
Thank you.
All right. So, what's the next one here? Who is more likely to cheat in a relationship, a man or a woman, and why do you think so? Please explain this.
Both. And it depends on what the situation is going on in the relationship.
You'll be very interested that they also provided an answer, but I want to hear what everyone's responses is.
I think I read somewhere that, though not by a high margin, men do cheat on more than women, but I think like the difference is like around 5 to 10%.
10% on who
Like
exactly?
the difference on the
Yeah, like the difference is
Oh, the
only like
difference is
10%.
10%. Okay, but who has the larger percentage here?
men.
She said, yeah, she said it was men.
Why do you think so?
Uh, well, it was a statistic I require. I need to look it up again, but from what I understand from the statistics I read, it was like a 5 to 10% difference that men cheat more than women. But it's not that big, so eh.
Uh, okay, Falcon, how about you?
I think the modern woman cheats more. So the percentage probably rose up since last time she read that. I think a lot of modern social culture promotes women to just be commit infidelity a lot more pro
Okay,
hoism.
so in a study from the Institute of Family Studies, men are more likely to cheat. 20% of men cheat, while 13% of women are reported to have sex with someone other than their partner.
Yeah, but I don't believe a lot of women would report it, and I think men are more likely to report it than women are.
Yep.
Okay, dude.
I was just about to say the same thing almost.
Well, there's three
You'll
viewers on
find a
this.
dumb guy who'll be like, "Yeah, I cheated on like 3 girls,"
Uh huh. Trying to
and
show
like,
off.
"Oh, you ignoramus."
I know
Ukami,
that there
yeah.
is. I know that there is a study, and maybe you can ask this to uh, your girlfriend Okami when you have the chance. But there is a phenomenon that happens that when a woman has a terminal illness, the rate of their husbands cheating on them increases dramatically.
Cheating on their
That's a
spouse.
very controversial one there.
Yeah,
I,
when they're either
I,
having a terminal illness or pregnant.
There might be a maybe there's a
what?
evolutionary reason for that. 'Cause that's a bit interesting.
But you can look it up. It's really
That
interesting.
is a very interesting take there. But
Oh,
I'll tell you
the
right now, based
reproducer
on what
is
the
about to
viewers
die. They need
provided.
to have more reproduction just in case.
Wait. So what the viewers provided, they also uh from what they stated, they're both women, and they themselves are even shocked at their research and discovery on it. But with their further research and experiences from what they've seen, um, women cheat more.
And I would love to see the links to those.
Yeah, everything I see just says men.
Yeah.
Yeah, but
Every.
like
But
I think
it's a
there's a, I
mostly
think
marriage stuff.
there's a lot of mixed results going on right now because I think this is really dependent on like what kind of relationship these people are having. Because
Yeah.
Defining the relationship.
now we're gonna go in graph of open, poly, and just regular monogamous traditional relationships here.
Oh, there is a
That,
rise of poly
that's why,
relationships
Yeah.
nowadays.
So
that's
that's
why,
why that okay. So this was more of a trick question that I'm realizing it. So are so from what they're saying, depending on your answer is gonna be based on your own bias. is what they said.
Huh.
I don't know if that's
That's
fair to say,
interesting.
but I'll leave that up to you guys to decide.
That's interesting. I
They,
kind of like that.
yeah, that's why I didn't want to say what the answer was, and they said don't say the answer until they actually hear what the speakers
Oh,
would say, and they predicted right. Like they said that most likely the majority of you will say that men are cheaters.
Also from this, I'm just gonna say the source so you can make your conclusions. From Reuters, from what I'm reading, studies confirm, and just to say that it's like, oh no, all men are gonna cheat if their partner gets sick. I'm just gonna reiterate, um, when a woman gets diagnosed with cancer, the chances of their partner cheating on them goes from 11% to 20%. So it's not that big, but it is a thing that happens.
I mean,
Specifically with
there are
cancer.
very small, minuscule things that can happen during a relationship when life kicks both people in the can.
Yeah.
We
Um,
really are bound by our primitive instincts.
right. Well, yes and no, but there's a reason why we establish these both laws and social laws. I would say
Oh, and
unspoken social laws.
I would also
For
Catholic
like to
Roman.
decency.
say that for the reverse, women are more likely to stay with their male partner until they die of terminal illness than cheat on them.
Oh no, are we getting fresh and
ugh.
fit
Oh yeah,
fans
that
on
makes
here?
sense because the more emotional events there are within a relationship, the more comfortable the woman will feel towards their partner. So that's a
But
very
yeah,
high
you could
emotional
just
stress
post that
situation.
Reuters article if the audience wants to read that.
Uh, yeah. Hold on. Where did you
I
put that?
I
What's up, Gemini? Go ahead.
uh, uh, it's I don't know what the people are saying, but I can only imagine it's not it's interesting.
Oh,
Um,
you like what they were saying towards the end, right?
no,
No, I found
no,
that rather interesting too.
no, I just mean the audience right now, but I can only imagine that it's interesting the whatever is going on in the
Well, let's see what Ren and Bob are
you
saying
know
here.
um
Well, Bob is, usually telling his interesting stories.
but I do like that yeah, that how the main thing was that it would be rooted in the bias, and I think what they meant by that in the end was that the social bias, as in a societal norm, we are meant to believe that men are the ones that cheat more when really, and this is the reason why I said both, because it depends on what relationship you're you're having, and also it depends on what is going on in the relationship, like what is uh pushing you to have these feelings that you want to cheat, you know. So both men and women are guilty of cheating. If you've
But
met
that's further proving
anybody.
what they said at the end. We're gonna go based on our own biases.
I'm going to
Oh yes,
assume
I
that
know.
women cheat because they find a mate who has more economic resources, and they just basically do the math and be like, this person has more resources, so it's just better to just go there.
Uh,
I'm
Arachno,
pretty
on a personal level, do you believe men are to be more of the ones that cheat without looking at articles and statistics?
Uh,
Let's go by your
well,
anecdote.
without the statistics,
Let's go by your
um,
anecdote, if anything.
if from my personal life experience, I would I would say that, oh, women cheat more because of my personal experience, but going by statistics, they say that men cheat more. not only on a national scale but on a global scale as well.
Okay. Well, I want to see the global scale. I can believe America on what you're saying. I don't know about a global
America is
scale.
very pro infidelity,
Yeah,
but
Well,
I
you
don't.
also have to keep
I'll
in
I'll
mind
just
that
I'll heavily disagree with you on the global scale actually, because that's actually a huge blanket and
well,
generalization statement.
obviously you're going to have some countries that are exceptions.
because I know like in other
Um,
cultures,
Well, yeah, that's
women
what I'm
cheat a
saying. There's
very
different
less, like very
cultures,
less amount.
yeah,
and
but I'm
I
just
don't
saying if
I don't think that statistic would be even generally accurate unless, they themselves have, seen how the demographics of each and every one of those countries act when it comes to courting and relationships. So it's different, is what I'm saying.
yeah, you can make that argument.
It's not really an argument. I mean, can we say that, Japan has a different culture than America?
Yeah.
Yes.
Okay. That's what I'm pointing at there.
I'm just going by the statistics.
That's
I
fine.
mean, for
I
instance,
would
in
like you to
Nordic
I
countries,
would actually like you to post that because that's very interesting to say. I don't
sure.
I'm gonna say right now. I think everywhere else is really different when it comes to relationships. I'm also gonna note somebody here, and maybe people will disagree with them, both audience and speaker wise, but and that's Nico. I know he's not the greatest example, but in recent light, from what I'm seeing, he has changed from red pill to a whatever ideology is now, and he sees how relationships work outside of America because he believed in the standard of what Fresh and Fit had, said about how men and women are in terms of relationships and how they are in society in America. But quoting what Sneeko said, relationships out of America is different from in Florida life.
Oh yeah, relationships outside
Yeah, I can
America
agree
is
with
more
that.
duty based
Yeah,
rather
and
than
that's all I
love and
was trying to
passion
say to
based.
you right now. That's why I'm saying I think the
Mhm.
demographics are very different in other countries.
Yeah, depending on the country, it is going to be different. I'm just
Yes.
going by averages.
Yeah, in non-Western countries, their love has more of a duty and responsibility between the
And
parties involved.
also, keep in mind, again, when I'm speaking of averages, some countries the differences again would only be like around 5%, 10%. Cheating overall is not a majority happening. Like for instance, in the U.S., I think the cheating percentage is below 25%. But yeah,
Well, you also got to keep in mind that there's cheating in different types of relationships as well, like which goes into another statistic, which is divorce rate. But we'll get to that in a second.
I don't know.
Yeah, yeah, because you really got to break it down. Like statistics may be small, but there are factual evidences to a lot of other situational things that can happen. All right, I think we tackled most of that when it comes to who cheats more. But the viewers say they believe that the women cheat more. But all right, let's go move on more. Whoo boy. I guess this one's another hot topic. Okay, so why do some individuals promote the idea that being fat and plus size is healthy when they know they are obese and have high rate of heart attack and disease?
Dibs on first.
Please explain this because I really want to know why they think this is healthy when it's not.
Oh, let me take this first.
Oh, well, Trini's here. Trini just said it's not healthy at all. But Falcon, you may speak.
Being as an overweight person who has diabetes due to his dietary habits, and I have been skinny before, as I'm pretty sure everyone in this channel has seen a picture of Handsome Lynn because I lost weight twice in my life. The reason, so I'm actually have experience in both sides of this. The reason why they promote this is because the cult demands that they promote it. It's not healthy. It's not good. You put yourself at risk for a lot of diseases. But the cult that believes that emotions are more important than actual facts, factual statistics and factors, believe that well, if someone feels emotionally better if we say this about their health, then we're doing something good. When actually they're just damning them to even worse health. I'm overweight right now because I know I can easily lose weight easily. I'm just very lazy. I've done it a couple of times before.
Okay.
And the more when you lose weight, you have muscle memory of when you were skinnier, so it makes it easier to basically lose weight faster. I just need to find the motivation. Sorry for being rushed. I'm
Uh,
doing a secondary activity at the moment, which has caused my
No,
concentration.
no, no, you're fine. You're fine. Gemini, you want to tackle this too?
I think the reason why, even though it's not healthy, people like oh, just one person that comes to um one one person that comes to mind. Nicavo, Nico, Nicavo, Avocado, however the hell you say his name. Um, he's a real bad proponent of this, and you know, saying that not that it's healthy, but more in the kind of he's on the more entertainment side of like, oh look, I'm big, I'm fat, I'm this, oh I'm gorgeous, like but then when you watch his content, he was he's mostly reacting to stuff while stuffing his face, and you see how unhealthy it is. Like it's right there in front of you. I don't even understand how the guy has fans. While in his past life, he was he was either vegan or vegetarian. He was a bodybuilder. He advocated for health, and he was a violin enthusiast. So, like all like obviously he did it for the money, but it's just like when you do something that drastic to just I don't know fit a certain criteria to just get more money and even admitting it to your fans, like uh, uh, it paints you in a certain picture. Now with people who are just like, oh, I'm big and beautiful, even even though it's unhealthy. That is a form of body positivity. That is a form of I, they're trying to be positive, right? They're trying to have this thing of like, yes, I'm still beautiful. Like, screw you if you don't like it. Blah 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 blah. Which is okay. It's good if they're comfortable with who they are, but they also have to kind of realize the dangers that they're putting themselves in. They can't just be like, you know, I'm fat and I'm proud kind of thing. It there are a lot of dangers that you can do if you're not controlling your weight right. And you can say the same thing for skinny people if they don't eat the same things that they need to eat. It goes vice versa. I just For me, I never understood the whole modeling and all this other stuff, and just trying to the whole body positivity. Like I get it, but I don't understand it from a health aspect.
Okay. Um, Falcon, you want to add to this?
I'm good. I already made my statement.
Okay, okay, okay. Arachno, your go if you want to make a statement on it.
Uh, when it comes to fat positivity, um, I would say that body positivity has its in general has its merit. I do believe that we should accept people recovering from accidents, scars and stuff, try to normalize it, normalize people with certain um, qualities that have been determined to be unconventional. When it comes to fat positivity, initially that was the same thing. Like they were trying to normalize this, like, okay, there are people that are curvy, and basically just because a man or a woman is curvy doesn't mean that they should be denied their humanity. Now, personally for me, when it comes to promoting unhealthy lifestyles and promoting more people to lean towards obesity, that is something I personally disagree with wholeheartedly.
I do have something to add to this now that I think about it. Rackman, let me know when you're done.
Uh, yeah, I'm pretty much done.
When you think about it, if people are so willing to fall for body positivity, why should we stop them?
If people what?
If
Well,
people are so willing to buy into and so quick to buy into body positivity and unwilling to accept that it's an unhealthy lifestyle, why should we stop them? What if they just have a disposition that basically makes it difficult for them to overcome their dietary habits?
Oh, you're wondering why should we bother stopping them from
Yeah.
what they want to
Yeah.
do?
What
Like
if
he's saying is like let them fall to their devices.
yeah, like do you really want there to be more of them?
Falcon, you're also the same person that wants women and men to be in the same combat sport,
Yeah,
and you want casualties to happen.
yeah. So I'm just
He
saying,
believes in Darwinism or
Yeah,
survival of the
I
fittest.
can totally see that's happening.
why don't we
Uh,
just let the people with poor dispositions fast track in their poor dispositions before there's more of them?
you're making a fast track
Thus
lane for people
Jesus
to have
reducing that
Christ,
higher
genetic
dude.
lifespan.
trait from being more common in future generations, thus
I
perfecting humanity.
I just want viewers to know I do not agree with Falcon on this at all.
No, this is why like I never complain about girls going to the gym just so that they can look better. Because then again, it's like, hey, what if it was like, oh, you can only mate if you would actively go to the gym?
Well, you can also
it,
reduce a lot of
A lot of health risks.
diseases in your body if you
Yeah,
lose weight. I mean,
we had
I
like a
think
gym
I
culture.
think I think promoting health, like exercise and health, is better than just letting people fall to their own devices.
yeah.
Okami, you already know my preference when it comes to women. I'm a face guy. I like people with attractive faces.
Yes, yes, I'm aware.
But I would date a bodybuilder, female bodybuilder, even though I understand that people who tend to go to female bodybuilding don't have the best of faces, that sometimes they do overdo it, and that does cause distortions. Because I kind of want the person with the disposition to work that hard to be where I plant my seed and grow my
Um.
gardens.
Oh boy.
Okay. But so let me ask you, would that bodybuilder still have to be shorter than you?
Oh yeah, because I don't trust their nature. Like it's gonna
Okay.
be a
Then
woman.
then
I'm
how
like,
then how's that happening?
you're saying there's not short bodybuilders?
Uh, very far and in between. Yeah.
Okay. Anyway, I mean
Perfecting
overall,
humanity,
okay. So this is
your
for
own space
all of
colony.
you. Do you all would you guys agree that being obese and promoting obesity is unhealthy?
Of course,
Um.
obese is unhealthy.
Yes.
Of course.
Because if you're being clarified as obese, you you know you're prone to having issues, health issues.
But again, I'm going to reiterate just because someone's obese doesn't mean you should bully them into being skinny again. And that goes with any person with any type of
Trini,
physical quirk.
You can have your take on this now.
Bullying. If so you have a cardiac arrest and you're like 500 pounds, we can't even put the life vest thingy to put the. Oh my god. The amount of
Yeah, actually,
It's awesome.
I seen an
well,
episode of House where they had
like
to do
that's
that.
the
They put him
cardiac
through it.
arrest. hold on. You
Right.
were really big.
Like you can't
It's
even get an MRI.
basic
Yep.
things.
So
They're
going
cleaning you.
adding on what Trini is saying,
They're fighting an
like
IV.
I don't think it's bullying if especially healthcare workers are telling these individuals that they're obese and they need to lose weight. I don't think.
No, that's not what I'm talking about when I'm coming to bullying. Like, I'm very specific when I'm saying bullying. I
Okay, then
mean,
clarify that then.
okay, when I say bullying, I'm saying that you're making this person's life harder for no reason. Like, for instance, like, oh, well, you shouldn't eat that burger, fat ass, or you shouldn't, or it's like, oh, you should kill yourself because you're fat, or it's like shit, like extreme cases like that. A medical
That's terrible.
professional, a
I'm
medical
trying not to
I
professional
never
laugh.
heard
telling
that before in
you
my life. I always heard that it's socially weird kid.
a
The
But
workers are
again, a
bullying.
medical professional telling you, hey, you should probably do more exercise or get healthy, otherwise you're not going to be able to walk. I don't consider that bullying.
Right. But like what Trini was trying to say that like those same individuals are saying that doctors and healthcare workers are bullying them, which that's not true at all. You know,
No,
it's their job and livelihood. They're of course they're going to tell you that, you know, your anatomy's fucked up and you need to fix it. Okay.
Yep.
no,
Okay.
that's not bullying. For
Okay.
me,
Have you
Wait, hold on.
ever seen this he's on TLC. He's a doctor called I think he's somewhat
Now,
Asian.
Doctor Now.
Yes, Doctor Now. Yes.
Oh, there you go.
Uh
Doctor
Hey.
he's
speaking,
awesome. He's he's a great doctor that deals with these kind of things, and he literally refused someone who was morbidly obese
Tammy.
pills
Tammy lost weight.
because because
She used to be this
because
1,000-pound big woman, and now she is
oh no,
actually.
not her. It was a man. He so he was like 500 pounds or up, and he was morbidly obese because he didn't like work out or anything like that. They literally had to. Oh my God! It was like they had to forklift him into the ambulance. It was weird.
Oh my God, no.
Um,
All right, so I have a hot take.
Oh, I guess I found my motivation to lose weight now.
Hold on. Before all that, Jeremiah, go ahead. Conclude your statement.
no, so it's like he wanted to see the doctor again, right? After being at home, eating pizza, not getting better, right? So he saw a doctor now again, right? And the guy's like, "No, I'm not going to give you any pills or anything like this to lose weight. You had plenty of options to do this while you were home." Is like he's like, I'm not going to help you." No, he refused to help him because this patient of his was not listening to him at all. So it's like, would you consider that bullying? Because I don't see that as bullying. I see that as a doctor who has told him time and time again, if you don't get your shit together, you're you're going to die. And this
again,
guy just is like, well, you
look,
know, and then he just continues to eat pizza and pizza and pizza, and then, oh, I'm going to see
yeah,
the doctor again. And then he just goes, no.
again, I'm going to reiterate. For me, bullying is
Wait, hold on.
something very, very specific, as in when you're bullying someone, you are offering nothing constructive. A medical professional giving suggestions or telling a person a consequence of their health condition, I personally see that as constructive and therefore I don't consider it bullying. However, I do consider it bullying if you're going to harass somebody in a freaking gym or a nightclub, activities that are obviously indicating that this person's trying to be more active in their physical life just for the sake that, oh, I don't like the way they look. That I consider that bullying because they're obviously trying to improve themselves, but you're still tearing them down regardless.
All right, so I'm gonna say this. To some degree, I think societally we should shame people. We should fat shame.
I
I second this.
Wait, don't end on that. Elaborate. Well, why are you
Okay.
saying that?
When people get to, like, for example, he just, like, Goku posted it in the chat here. When you get to 300 plus pounds, I do believe to some degree you should be shamed.
Well, I disagree.
I will.
In no way should it ever be encouraged or allowed to be. Hey, it's okay that they're like this. No,
I
Well,
I would. I would say
it should
that
be it should
it
be
should be
unacceptable.
worse.
Shame is a motivator.
I
I will disagree. I would say that shame is a motivator depending on the person, because there is such a thing as comfort eating, and if you do bully someone that's a comfort eater, you're just exacerbating the problem.
Possibly, yes, but also if you don't, then the people who actually care about their image will, if you don't do that, then if there's no social consequences for the people who actually have social motivations don't get it either.
I
I think most people will go off of social motivation.
I think 300 pounds is too light if they're not doing anything. I think morbidly obese is like 400, maybe even more, because there are like oh, my 500-pound life or something, even more than that. Like it's like people can live and be exceedingly large
Because
in
it's not
stature.
constructive criticism that's going to help get these people to start losing. It's not. It's if they have to shamefully or at least forcefully come to terms with the realization of how horrible their life is because of their weight. And then they have to make the decision whether or not they're actually going to do something about it or just let it get.
Just let it get
Constructive
worse. Yeah.
criticism does not work on these people.
Sometimes it requires a wake up call, like getting a heart attack, and then next thing you
Yeah,
know, you have to get a
that's
fucking
what I was going to say. That I
gastric
personally
bypass or
think.
something.
Well, I agree to an extent that personally, I don't think uh, a shame-based society is that effective. Because if it was effective, you would have like a lot of groups being model citizens, but that's not the reality. That is not the outcome. Typically, as Gemini says, what takes someone to say, okay, I really got to change my life here, is when they get to a point that they are facing a life or death event. And unfortunately, sometimes you just gotta
Did
let
did
things take its course.
did
It's the
did
same
Rin?
thing with drug addiction. The person that wants to get off drugs, no matter how much you shame them, they're still going back to drugs. It's until they get to a point that they reach like some sort of epiphany where it's like, man, my life is shit. I don't want to die. That they start actually desiring a different outcome. Shame doesn't work. It hasn't worked with drug addicts, and it's not going to work with fat people.
Uh,
We're gonna have to wait on Rin to respond to
yeah, I
that.
was gonna
He
say,
he,
did
he
it?
briefly just left
I
momentarily,
think
but
I think his
yeah,
Wi-Fi
but
just
he'll
went
be
out.
back eventually. But
Yeah, I
yeah,
think his Wi-Fi
I
just
can
went out.
see where Rin is coming from. I can see, but I also hear out your point because that would also fall along the lines of bullying. But I guess that's
Yeah,
why he was saying it is a hot take to say. Now, has have there been situations where people have been bullied, and then they did something to change it, change like their outlook and to change themselves? Yeah, there has. Like, will I say it's a healthy way of forcing them to change? No, it's not healthy at all. So I'm definitely in agreement with you there right now.
yeah,
Um,
because it's like the old school thing of quote unquote tough love. You know, it's like that. Um, but I do agree with Arachno that sometimes putting them through that kind of thing just makes it worse, and they want to be in that state more. It just reminds them of like, oh, well, this is why I'm this way to begin with, you know? Like, oh, this is why I did this, you know?
All right. I guess we can go on to the next few here. Let's see. There's a statement first, then the question. Wow. All right, guys, you better prepare for this one. This is a very hot take. Women don't need to work out as much as men do because men have a harder time finding partners, whereas women can easily dress sexually and attract any guy they want at a nightclub. Prove me wrong.
They're not wrong. Us men, we have a pretty low
Okay.
standard. My standard is just you're not bigger than me, and you're not of a certain group that I don't want to date. I'm a pretty simple guy.
Oof. Are you sure that's not Steven Crowder? That sounds like
Didn't you also say that they need to
uh
be part of your religious affiliation?
It was the question. Activity on that. Let me look
Uh,
up.
the
No, no,
question is,
Arachno's question.
oh,
Didn't you also say that they needed to be part of your religious affiliation or
No, they need to
political
be in my
leaning?
political association.
Yeah.
Yeah, and also being part of my political association. Well, I'm pretty sure women have like 1,000 more standards. I keep it simple.
But here's the thing, and like this is what annoys me. The bar for dating for men is lower than the the bar for marriage. When it comes to the bar for marriage, the standards suddenly become
Yeah, obviously.
almost on par to what women want when it comes to
We'll
dating.
work anything, but like commit to something, nah, you gotta be like very special.
Exactly. And there you go. And well, maybe I'm projecting here, but a lot of women date for the intention of marriage. So, yeah.
Which is
That
pretty
that's
crazy.
why
You have a
I
partner
feel
for
like
this
it's
shit.
kind of a iffy argument because yes, you can make the statement that women have higher standards than men. It's like yeah, but a lot of women also date for the intention of marriage. And if we ask guys what's their standards for marriage, suddenly it's almost on par with women.
Oh yeah.
um okay, I feel oh my God. What was the original question?
the first part of it is more of a statement, and then the last part is the
Yeah.
question. Um, Women don't need to work out as much as men do because men have a harder time finding partners, whereas women can easily dress sexually and attract any guy they want at a nightclub. Prove me wrong.
Okay. Th- Yeah, that okay, yeah. That that that
Yeah, I'm
that
wrong. I've seen
definitely
some
sounds
like
like
no
Steven
homo guys are
Crowder.
like nines with girls that are like threes.
Um, I don't, I don't know. I feel we'll see, Falcon. When the guy finds a woman by your rating system who is a 9 and the guy looks like a 3 or something, that's usually the rare case of well, maybe he has a lot of money and she's dating him because of the money, or they genuinely like each other's character.
I I've never seen a guy date a woman for money, but I have heard of it happening.
No, I'm not saying the guy dating the woman for money. I'm saying the woman
Is there
dating
a
the
movie
guy.
like that? Oh yeah, that's like just female mate selection process in general. But like, is there a movie about a guy who dates a rich girl just for her money, but she knows it's for the money, but she wants to basically avoid arranged marriage? That sounds like a nice movie idea. Girl wants to avoid arranged
Um,
marriage, dates her friend, offers him monthly payments just so she doesn't get married to someone else,
I I'll say that
and
I
she inherits her daddy's company.
agree. I'll say I can agree with the statement to a extent because I mean I don't really see a formed question in there, but I guess the question would be to prove him wrong. But I mean like it's kind of just like okay, Steven Crowder, change your mind. How can I change your mind if you already have a assumption, but I would say that depending on the circumstances, yes, I would say nightclub setting, everything like that. If you want to go, if you want to, you know, have it like that, a nightclub setting. If a woman dresses more uh alluring, because I don't want to use the words sexually. If a woman dresses more alluring, um, yeah, she'll definitely get more eyes on her and have more guys or whatever um, gender attracted to them just because they're dressed more alluring. But it could obviously end with some people that she's not attracted to also being attracted to them, if that makes sense. Now, I will say, guys, some guys look like David Beckham, and they hardly have to put in any work to look like that
The
because
Giga
it's just
Chads?
genes. Yes, when other people look like s- I don't know, like Falcon said, like a three, and they actually have to put in effort to what they to what they look like to get noticed. And you could say the same thing vice versa. But if a guy is going out to a nightclub, what they do is, and I'm pretty sure what some pickup artists still do, is something called peacocking, where they dress outrageously to get noticed. um,
Peacocking?
yes, peacocking, because male peacocks do it. But you know, they dress really outrageous. They try to get a woman's attention by the way they're dressed, and you just, you hope things go good from there. That's from the pickup artist kind of thing. Um, Muscles and everything, you actually have to put work into that. You can't for face. I mean, you can't really do anything there. You're just kind of born with the face you're born with. You have makeup and everything, but that's some guys aren't metrosexuals.
Okay. Does anyone else have anything to add?
Nope.
Arachno?
Um, with the statement where they're like, "Oh, I just don't see the point of quote unquote changing the person's mind because I don't really see any like what is the purpose of it? We can make the argument that the barrier of entry to dating is harder for men than uh women,
Oh yeah.
sure, but what is the purpose of pointing this out?
I think it's like in every generation, only about 40% of men mate. Like that's just like consistently throughout like human evolution.
Yeah.
All right. I guess we'll move on. Um, well, I don't know if everyone can answer this question, but here it is. What do you think women really want in a relationship?
Oh,
What do you think is a successful relationship? Explain this with supporting reasoning to your answers.
Well, from my observations, the modern Western woman seems to seek wealth, social status, and as long as her partner is doing better than her friend's partner.
Trini wants to know what do you mean by social status?
Oh, so they want basically the social status that the man has. Like I know this is a thing with for military wives. They tend to think that their partner's rank is their rank. That's
Goku,
what
what
I've
do you
heard from the meme community.
I don't know. I'm like Al Bundy. I don't know what women what women want.
I
Um,
love that show.
I will try to speak on the behalf of women in the sense of there is no monolithic answer of what women want. You have to find out and like this is the thing that annoys me. There's not one book reads all on how to get a person to love you, fuck you, or commit to you. Everybody's different, right? Um, for women, you don't know if you don't know on the first profile whether a woman is legitimately family oriented, or child free, or go with the flow. You have to figure this out as you get to know the woman. And I will say this right now, especially for the men that want the submissive, family oriented woman, you have to achieve a certain level of stability and to even qualify for these types of women because they're looking for a family man. And I don't know about you, but in this capitalistic society, children are expensive. So you have to keep that in mind if you want a submissive, uh, family oriented woman. Like, we have to be realistic here. Now,
Yeah, but doesn't he make six figures for you to afford a family though? You're raising a community.
yeah, and obviously, depending on the economic environment, it's only going to be worse. Now, it's different and that's why I mentioned connections. If you, especially a tight knit community where it takes a village to raise a child, you can say that theoretically, in these tight knit communities, a woman in that community will be more willing to date someone that doesn't make a shit ton of money. But typically, that is made up for by said connections. Or, for
So if she has daddy
instance,
problems, her daddy was never in her life, she ain't got no community, don't date her.
or for instance, rural areas. With rural areas, that person doesn't necessarily need to be rich because what they have in knowledge is substantial for maintaining a family. They can grow crops. They already have knowledge of nurturing for another being with husbandry. There's
Yeah, if you're a good
different
enough farmer,
criterias. There's different criterias in order to attract a woman. You just got to know what you value and what communities you want to be a part of. But it's not a monolithic answer.
Oh, I go by the nature over nurture debate, where it's basically just dispositions.
um, I
That's
think
how I
I
view
can
human
agree with.
interactions.
I think I can agree with Arachno more that there's not just one answer to what does a woman want. Um, I can say there are
Three, two,
things
one.
that stick out more due to society that you know
That's what the fuck
you
oh,
kind
there.
of you kind of think because a TV show or a movie shows you that, oh, maybe this is something they want, oh, maybe this is something
I
they
have
want.
14 more
No,
seconds left
it's
of fortification,
it's more of
and I'm gonna use them.
like
My
um
gods, why do they all explode?
it's more of a thing like well,
Nope,
like
you ain't going
Arachno was
nowhere.
saying, like
Nope, you ain't
you
going
don't
nowhere.
really know somebody.
Those people in the back.
You don't
Where the
really know
f you
somebody
think you're going?
until you actually try to get
Ah,
to
shit,
know
go up the
them,
group.
and that can take years, years. But we also have technology now to where you can have those kind of conversations and they can speed up to the amount of um depending on how both people's comfortability level is. So yeah, I
22
don't
seconds of
really
fortifications.
see something
Nice
as
stack on that. Or is that
it
something else?
being as
That was a whole other thing. Where did that fortification come from?
I don't really
Uh,
think it's
When I get it
something
if they hit
as
my
simple
shield. The
as
stack, does it stack? No.
yeah, Okami, yeah.
okay. Anyway, yeah, you were saying.
I don't think it's really fair to say that's simple to
I got down a bomb party.
say that women are or women want something simple as, oh, they want money, oh, they want material things, oh, they want this, that. No, you have to get to know that person over time, and even then, uh, the comfortability of that it just takes. It's going to take as long as it has to, and depending on whether that how fast you want things to move. That all depends on you and the other person. It's not really. There's no really concrete answer because there's no manual for how to be a human, you know?
Okay. Uh, if anyone wants to add anything, let me know.
Just a small side note on the small chance that there are an audience that are looking for child-free partners. Uh, if you are someone that's looking for someone child-free, you need to understand that what you're looking for is a very alternative lifestyle, and you might have better luck looking into alternative communities as such.
Or try your luck with the dating app. You'll never know.
Oh boy.
The thing I'm hesitant to recommend dating apps is because unfortunately a lot of people lie on dating apps.
And also, when you look
Oh,
at modern
I
cultures
was.
moving away from the family system, as infanticide is becoming more popular, so a lot of people just don't want to have kids.
I, I was just doing a
That
little
that
bit,
went
but
to
damn,
100 real quick.
that went
That
serious real quick. Damn.
Okay. let's move on to the next question. This is like a three-parter question. From another viewer. What do you guys think is regarded as a perfect date scenario for couples? Do you all believe in the traditional value of being a gentleman and gentlewoman, or would this no longer matter in our time?
Well, if it's a woman who basically I find value in, I believe actually deserves the traditional treatment, then yeah, I'll take her to the movie, pay for dinner. If it's like just a common woman you find in the modern day, we can go to Applebee's, I guess.
Apple,
Define
Maybe the
Applebee's.
chicken shack.
define common. What?
Applebee's is
Modern
okay.
Western woman.
I think we're gonna have a large topic about that in the foodie debate in our next.
No, I like
Applebee's is not like high tier quality I take a date to.
I said Applebee's is okay. I just said it, because it's hey man, that 2 for 20. Just saying.
Is that
That two
still
for
going
20
on,
is
or is it
good.
2 for 40 now?
Uh, now where do you live where it's 2 for 40?
Well, welcome to Texas.
There's a bit of an FYI. This viewer loves to be treated like a princess and a gentlewoman as well. But noticing that traditional values don't matter in today's society.
I remember when we used to hold doors for women. Then they started saying that I don't need no man.
Oh yeah.
Uh,
I open your own doors now.
I
Independence.
would I would
Yeah.
I would recommend that
Still a gentleman thing to do.
if you are a traditional woman trying to look for a traditional man, you might have to consider changing your environment because I know for me where I'm living in the South, I'm having the opposite problem. I'm trying to look for non-traditional people.
Doesn't change your
Wait,
environment.
wait,
It
wait,
can
wait.
change who you are because you also have to be attractive to these men.
Let's stick to the questions, guys. Let's stick to the questions.
You can be like a city girl in the modern day and be like, I want a traditional man
But
and nobody
all right,
brings
we'll
fish.
go to you first, Arachna. You can answer the three-parter question.
What is the 3 questions?
What do you think? What do you guys think is regarded as a perfect date scenario for couples? Do you believe in the traditional value of being a gentleman and gentlewoman, or would this no longer matter in our time?
Again, I'm gonna sound like a broken record, but it really depends on what you value in your relationship dynamic. For instance, there are some people out there that would like the traditional candlelit dinner near a body, like a lake or something romantic like that. There are some that would just be happy enough with a movie theater. Hey, there are others that would love to have like a laser tag date or a go to a Star
I think
Wars
they're
event.
just asking a casual question of what you think a perfect date is. That I don't think it's any attack or anything.
No,
Just
no,
giving
no,
the heads
no,
up.
no. I'm not saying as an attack. I'm just saying that it really depends on what you value and what's your relationship dynamic.
Uh, all right. And you want anything else to add to that, Eddie?
I guess the perfect day would be a non-franchise restaurant. Go watch a movie and like a nice walk in the park.
You know,
Sorry.
I would have said your for the dinner date part. I would go a little step higher than Applebee's.
Yeah, because like if you don't really, if it's like a hookup, you take them to a franchise name. If it's
What are
like
you gonna
something you
do?
actually
Bring them
care
to
about,
Long John Silver's? Like
yeah, like, just,
Oh man.
probably Wendy's. But
Wendy's.
yeah, if it's like it's just hookup, like we just here just to bang. But if it's like a serious thing, you go to
Bro.
like find a restaurant of like 4 or 5 stars within your city that's not a franchise.
You know what?
I
I could accept what you're saying there, Ren. He said, to be perfectly honest, I'm a simple person. As long as there's an intimate moment where we can talk and connect, it's a good date to me,
Yep.
even if it's at Applebee's. Ren, get your ass on our podcast. What are you doing?
Yeah, that's actually I like that.
yeah. See that's where I was kind of trying to aim what I was saying. Like you can still have a good time at Applebee's and it not being like a fancy place. Like
Yeah, you can have a good time at Wendy's
as
too for the
as
casual
long
relationship.
as long as you both are having a good time and enjoying each other's company, that's what makes it a good date. You know, if you want to throw in, you know, going to a movie theater or extracurricular activities after, that just adds more quality to the date. Uh, but that's more of a perfect date if it's just if you and the person vibe and connect with each other, that's good. Really.
I think that's fine and all and whatnot. I think it's subjective to the person. Uh,
Yes.
I think that's what I would answer for that question. What is a perfect date? It's subjective to the person. Now, everybody has like different ideas for what to do on a date. Like some would rather do, physical activities like archery, mountain climbing, hiking, or maybe going surfing or just chilling at the beach. Um, there's
Haunted
many.
with me.
Yeah,
All
you
right,
can
long
even
shot.
just do the most simplest thing that most people do nowadays:
Yep.
game with your significant other. Why not?
Yep.
So
On a side note, ladies, for the love of God, don't hook up with a guy that thinks you're only worth a McDonald's meal.
Wendy's
But
is
a
way better than a
happy
McDonald's
meal.
meal. Excuse me.
damn,
Damn, I'm on my
shot.
happy meal. What you
That's
talking
a fucking
about?
happy meal
Man,
though.
you hear
Like,
that?
I know
Shot
I'm
fired.
projecting. Like this is me projecting right now. Like this is not like a serious
Happy
answer, but
meal.
please,
Man, get
please.
your ass
Well,
in here. Shots have been fired.
My happy meal.
Oh my god, look, flagged.
Shots were fired.
Oh yeah, look at that
Oh, he's talking about.
aggression.
Oh, I don't know why
Oh
Rin's referring to
damn, Rin.
McDonald's meal when Wendy's has better nuggets.
Please, ladies, for the love of God, don't make a guy feel entitled to your punani just because they gave you McChicken.
Nuggies.
Nuggies.
And
What
that
are you talking about?
Nuggies and French fries.
But dude, what about Chick-fil-A?
Season.
Oh, Chick-fil-A pretty good. No. Only for the
Chick-fil-A.
high value woman.
That's
Don't
high
bring no
value.
casual women
Oh,
to Chick-fil-A.
Chick-fil-A's the higher end, huh?
Yeah,
Damn.
No,
it's a higher end
no,
on the brand names.
no. A 5-star restaurant is definitely Popeyes.
Oh,
No,
wait,
Popeyes got too much salt. They make KFC look.
wait.
like
What
it's
about
water.
What about the mixture? Is it Popeyes?
I prefer more Jollibee than Popeyes or KFC. That's just me though.
Wait, what's that? I never heard of that.
Podcast.
Oh, you
I
never
think
seen
it's
it?
a
That
value
is
thing.
reserved for the next podcast.
Oh yeah,
right?
yep. There we go. Yep.
Oh
Yeah,
damn! Shots fired again by Rin. Rin said Arachno is too rich or Wait, what? Is
Too rich for
McD?
McD's. That's what.
Listen,
For McD's.
Yeah.
Oh, that's what he said.
listen. If you're going to engage with sex with somebody, and you're not a rich person,
Wait,
like at least be intimate
Wait.
about it. Like you want to have like some sort of inkling that you respect that person. At least like cook them a meal. Don't take them to
You can buy them
McDonald's.
pizza.
Come on, bro.
wait,
Pizza
Come on,
and
bro.
wait.
McDonald's.
When was sex implicated here?
Oh, we're different. Like
I don't
there's
even think
casual
sex
relationships.
No,
and
but
there's,
there
like,
was no
the
sex
ones you're
implicated
serious
in the
with.
No,
question.
I'm saying this as a response to Falcon when he says, "Oh, if it's a low value female, I'm just gonna take her to Wendy's."
Yeah, because I don't take all low value females seriously. I just go for casual relationships with them.
And that's why I'm saying a message to the ladies. It's like, ladies.
Wendy's is clearly better than McDonald's. You're saying no
Love
for McDonald's.
yourselves.
I understand.
If you're like, even if it's just like a one night stand, at least like if he cooks you a meal, it shows that he's showing some consideration for you.
What about Papa John's? Like the quesadilla,
Damn. I mean,
pizzeria.
God
Are we
damn.
already having the food podcast?
that's some ingredients. Better
So you're
pizza.
telling her to say no to a pizza quesadilla. Pizza is the American staple. Dare I say, better than Chinese food sometimes.
Rin said, "If you broke, she broke." McD's is on the table.
I think you guys should both like talk about. Are you broke? Because I'm broke. Well, McDonald's it is. Fuck yeah.
We all know that.
Imagine she'd be like, "Nah, bro," and just take you to the restaurant. And now you'd be like, "Ah, fudge."
Okay.
Like damn.
Wait. Do you guys believe in the concept of girlfriend fries?
Oh! I know what you're talking about.
Yeah, you know what I'm talking about, right?
Yeah.
Wait, what's the
Hell
question?
no! Get your own damn
I have
fries.
no idea what that is.
Get your own
Okay. You
damn-
know, I saw what Bob Barkerson said. You know what? Panera Bread is reasonable.
Yeah, but Panera Bread's pretty good.
Arachno is bare minimum gold digging. Stop.
Panera Bread's where you would go with friends.
Yeah,
I don't think you want to make like a
so for Bob,
friend
wait.
outcast
I should
location
explain
as a romantic
Girlfriend fries is the idea of when your significant other buys food, they ask your girlfriend, "What do you want?" They say nothing,
Nothing. Yep.
and they end up buying
Alright.
food for themselves. Girlfriend's fries comes into play where if they have fries, the girlfriend eats all the fries.
I thought that was just a meme.
No, it's not.
No.
It's a
real.
couple thing.
I like
Oh,
French
but most of my
fries.
relationships have been either long distance, very short, or just one hookup.
What the?
Where did this come from?
Bro.
Talking about fries over here.
Yeah,
Eh,
that was just a meme
fries.
that people just laughed about.
No.
Damn. I'll share my fries with you.
Damn,
I also have
you
your burger
are
and your drink and your wallet and like 3 GPUs because I know you have like 5 3080s.
5:30.
Yes.
Because if you
Yes,
love
Bob,
me,
the
like
girl
you'll give me your
eats the
GPU.
fries in
How do
the-
you know about all these GPUs? Who
You
talk-
told me.
Who are you talking to?
Stop. So yes, the girlfriend does eat the fries in that order. I will demand the fries be shared if it's Five Guys fries. Well, yes, actually, I tried Five Guys fries recently, after such a long time. Five Guy fries is amazing.
All
But if you
right.
have a peanut allergy, I don't recommend it.
I want to try it one day.
They put it in their seasoning.
Yeah, you. Oh, and get this, guys. If you order a burger, you can actually order for like over 50 bacons on the side, and they have to cook it.
That's too much.
You can
That's too
save.
much sodium.
You can save the bacon for the next day. Would you? Should you do it? Absolutely not. But it's
Dude, I would get
What time
I
is
would get
Five Guys open? I'm
diabetes
gonna
from
order some
that.
Five Guys before I start work.
Ooh.
what happened.
Watch 5 delivery guys just come out of nowhere. That's not the type of Five Guys I was talking about.
Hey, Five Guys fries are vegan.
All right. So the next question is: should your partner's ethnicity be a determining factor about what you want in a relationship, or
Why do I
does that
feel
not
targeted
matter
about
to you
this?
at all? Wait, say that again, Falcon.
Why do I feel targeted?
Damn.
Damn.
What?
Yes, yes, yes.
Why do
What?
you feel
Let's
targeted?
subvert the whole
What?
Why?
Uncle
Yeah.
Tom shit. Let's
Why?
go. Let's talk about it. Let's talk
Why
about it.
do you
Talk
feel
about it.
targeted?
I wish
Okay, yeah.
Lynn was here on our podcast instead of in the audience. Maybe I'd Gerald the kick
Finish
out
the
of it.
question.
That
Finish the question.
was the question. That was the question.
I'll go third.
Oh,
Let you guys answer first and second.
should your partner's ethnicity decide what you want in a
No, no,
relationship?
no. Should your partner's ethnicity be a determining factor about what you want in a relationship, or does this not matter to you at all?
So the guy I'm gonna get hit.
Um, so no, I don't feel like it should be a determining factor of what you want in a relationship
I'm not trying to
because
die
I
over here.
feel like if you two really care about each other, you can talk on that stuff of what you guys want in a relationship. That's it.
Uh, Arachno, go ahead.
Uh, I don't see a problem with having a type,
Run.
but I don't think it should be the determining factor. Personally, for me, I never really cared about race in my dating history. I do have a type, but time and time again with previous partners, I've dated outside of my type, sometimes the complete opposite of my type, just because we have good chemistry.
I think that's fair.
But yeah, my consensus is it's okay to have a type, but don't let that be the thing restricting you from a good relationship.
All right, I'll go. I have a
At
type.
least
You guys know I have a type. I prefer Asian women the most, but it doesn't mean I won't date non-Asians. But I do have a type that I won't date, and that's basically because of the culture of this group. I believe they're like a lost people, and they don't really want to fix their culture.
Say it, you coward!
I'm not into African American women. Basically, anything that's not black is a yes for me.
Oh my God, Bob! I don't know if you're kidding, but you're starting to sound like Falcon, and that's scaring me. Um.
Oh no.
Anyway, we may have a potential Falcon in the chat.
It's Falcon Part 2.
Eh,
Woo!
The second coming of Falcon. But anywho, I so what Bob said, should your partner's ethnicity be a determining factor about what you want in a relationship? For context, I am African American. I do not feel it should be a determining factor for what I want in a relationship. However, I, for some reason, have some bias in favor of Asian women. I'm not explaining why.
They have pretty
I
face.
Another
respond
one.
and I was like, I respond to him, don't tell me you believe in stereotypes in Asian women, which he then pretty much admits. He goes, no, which, contradicts yourself there, but I've just seen too much hentai and their moans are kind of hot.
Oh my god.
Wait, is that just a hentai
Uh,
preference though?
uh,
Because it is art.
clothes are not made by Japanese people.
I'm just saying,
Zero.
being on the receiving end of fetishization once for it's such a turn off for a lot of women when they find out you're just fetishizing them. Like for instance, like you're not good at math, but your boyfriend's just like, "Oh, you're Asian, right? You're good at the math, so you can help me. We can have a date where you're helping me with my math homework."
Oh, it would be nice to have a partner who can do your taxes for you.
Oh my god.
Oh,
But see, like when you don't put the ethnicity in there, and when you just say, "I would love a partner who could help me do my taxes," that sounds better. That sounds fine, right? Or am
I
I
mean,
crazy?
yeah. I
Yeah, she
think
doesn't have to
most
be Asian
people
to do
would
your
like a
taxes.
partner that would
My
help them
first
with their
girlfriend helped me
taxes. I'm
do
just
my taxes.
saying, don't specifically
She was
seek
just
out
like,
an Asian woman hoping that they're gonna help you with your taxes.
Oh yeah, no,
wait,
no,
wait,
no.
wait. I have a question to Bob. Other than Asian women, what else is your preference? Just throwing that out on the whim. You don't have to answer, but I just thought I'd ask since you put yourself out there.
If they say Latinos, I'm gonna roll my eyes.
Because
No,
like
no,
it's very funny to me that like everyone I've come across, they've always said the same thing, similar to what Falcon and Bob are saying. Either and it's stereotypes on Asian women, and I think that's really sad. It's either they like their moans, they're submissive, they view them as your waifu, and they would do as you ask. I guess like falls under submissive, but it's just the stereotypes on Asian, especially Asian women. And I'm agreeing a lot with what you're saying, Arachno. It's just the fetishization of specifically Asian women are high. A lot of people go after Asian women because people have this inherent fantasy in their heads that this is what Asian women are like.
yeah,
Um,
or the stereotypes, like you're saying.
oh, for me, it's the visual aesthetics. I like how nice their face looks. They're very pretty.
well, I definitely didn't ask for your turnoffs, Bob, but that's pretty funny that you're saying Russians are a bit of a turnoff.
Well, I guess Russians do have a
Aw,
bit of a squarer face, so I
I
guess
love
sometimes.
Russians.
But isn't it like sometimes they're a bit too tall?
Come on, you don't want to hear a woman from Russia say "Das vidanya" in a really sexy voice.
No.
No, I know what you're referencing, so shut up.
Who, me?
Rin, I'm gonna slap you.
Oh,
Rin,
right.
I'm really going to slap you. Why aren't you on this podcast? Why are you talking in chat? What is going on with you?
He just wants to talk shit.
Yep.
Yeah, he probably does. Yeah, of course you did. Anyway, if we all answered that question, there's a next hot take. But Goku, what do you think? For should your partner's ethnicity be a determining factor about what you want in a relationship?
No, I don't think so.
It doesn't
That's
matter to you at all.
nah. It could be. Doesn't it has no fact to me.
We
It
should
could be
like
purple.
we should make like an emote sound for you, so that whenever you don't have like a like when you have a straightforward answer, it's like it's a Goku's
Oh, it's like
answer.
Goku. That's a good idea.
All right, so we'll move on to the next and hot take. I think the first part is a statement, so bear with me. Uh, Girls that do OnlyFans thinking those are legitimate jobs are straight up attention seeking hoes. Why do they think that OnlyFans should be a legitimate as being an emergency technician? That's very specific.
Yeah,
Yeah,
you're not
what the
wrong.
hell?
Oh, wait,
Damn. All right, who wants to tackle that first?
Holy cow.
Emergency technician.
Well,
Where,
Apparently, they made that comparison, but
Dang.
the
where,
first thing I'm going to say is that is crazy.
Where are they making the comparison from? Like, did they hear an OnlyFans person say that their job is as important as an EMT?
Yeah, are they saving
Uh,
lives by
I can answer that
showing
question
their
right
feet?
away, and the answer is yes. They've heard several people in their vicinity have said this claim.
What the fuck?
Do several people in their vicinity have OnlyFans?
And to answer that again, yes. And one's a prostitute.
Ah, well,
It makes sense. It is the similar career path.
Um,
Gem- Gemini got two shade.
I will say that
not
I
what?
don't
No,
think
I don't
it's
even know.
I don't think it's fair to compare like for instance, a medical technician with a an OnlyFans person or a prostitute. I feel like you're comparing apples to oranges.
Mm-hmm.
I will say that on that front, I don't know what people you're exposed to, but for friends that I've had that have OnlyFans, they initially see it as a gig until it takes off, and typically when it takes off, from that point it goes from gig to potential retirement plan. If
Well, if they're making that much money to
yeah, if
begin
they're
with
making that
from
much money,
OnlyFans.
which is rare. But
Yeah,
typically, most OnlyFans that don't make it, which is a lot of them, see it as more of a side gig than a uh
actual job.
yeah. Um, but then again, that's just my experience in my environment. Most friends that I've had that are part of OnlyFans were, from my experience, more level-headed.
Yeah, I to expand on what Aragna is saying, I've known people who've had OnlyFans, and they're not that delusional, let's say. To have people who are in your vicinity um comparing themselves to EMT workers is
From what their quote is, they said that they're
hilarious.
essential jobs. From what they from what the
They're essential?
apparently they're essential. They're not essential.
I
Okay?
No, they're not
Mm,
essential
They're not
jobs.
essential. They're not really important at all. We can actually live without OnlyFans. Surprise, surprise. We don't need it. And does it do anything for the structure of society? Absolutely not. It's again a side gig. It's a nothing job.
Seems to be like in
It's
Yeah,
SpongeBob.
like
I don't
how
need it.
Arachno was saying.
I
it
will
Uh,
say, when it comes to though it's not part of the question, we can make a debate about it. I do have some conflicting approaches when it comes to prostitution and the essentialness of that, but that's a podcast for another day.
um,
I
as
think
for
we
OnlyFans,
talk about that before. We did.
I don't know about
I think we did too.
Well,
Yeah, we
concerning
definitely did talk about the whole prostitution thing before in our first few podcasts, I believe.
concerning
Um,
my stance on the OnlyFans thing is, as I see it, if their it's the same thing with prostitutes. If their disposition is become basically visual items for men to gawk at, or for temporary satisfaction for other men, if that's their natural disposition, then that's just who they are. Hoes gonna be hoes.
uh, I don't, I don't want to say no. Like, see, to me, like sometimes for things like cam models and OnlyFans, like sometimes
We
they
have people
don't.
agreeing with you, Falcon. Just so you know.
No, bad
What did
people.
what did Okay, sometimes OnlyFans, a cam models, whatever the hell else is out there. What Jasmine Live? I don't know. My Free Cams, whatever. Uh, Sometimes the women on there don't have any other choice. Sometimes they try to get jobs and they can't, and they're in such a dark place in life where they just
In
resort
this
to
pro
that.
female market,
They're not always sleeping with a guy. Sometimes it's just, they're showing their bits and they're gratifying themselves in front of however many they have as an audience. And if they can get tips or paid by that from whatever, then that's, good. Now, it's not essential. No, it's not an essential job because I can't say that it's an essential job because they're not. You're literally diddling yourself for freaking tips and money while, let's say, because some OnlyFans person compare themselves to an EMT. EMTs are literally out there saving people's lives.
Yeah, that's what I was saying. Like, it's not comparable because one saves lives, the other just shows off fucking feet, and,
I
and probably gets $50 off a Bicky T-shirt or
post
something.
one pick of feet, get $500.
I will say this. Yes, I agree that comparing well, I'm going to specifically address like prostitutes. Although comparing prostitutes and EMTs is a bit dishonest and you're comparing apples to oranges, the essentialness of a prostitute, I personally, in my personal values, think it's debatable because
Debatable on what side are you on in that
on like
debate?
whether it's essential or not, is because like take for instance in Amsterdam, I remember watching a documentary about prostitutes that specialize with people that
Wait,
never.
I don't mean to cut you off, but you're now bringing this to a whole different debate here.
Okay,
Yeah, just be careful with that. I think I know where you're getting at with that, but that's a whole other debate there.
all right, yeah, that's a debate for another day.
Yeah, that's definitely a debate for another time. But call it? But yeah, I do agree with you. It's comparing apples to oranges there, because again, we're talking about essential here. One saves lives. Saving lives is the utmost important, especially here in America. Let's situate ourselves here in America.
Well,
In
one
America,
temporarily improves the life of a person
right? But
momentarily.
if someone is in danger, health wise, EMTs are there to save your fucking ass. So I challenge anyone to say they're not essential.
What if you got blue
That
balls?
is the
Would a
most damning
prostitute be
thing
like
I have
lifesaver?
ever heard.
What? Wait, Falcon. What did you say?
On the hypothetical, what if it's like a blue balls case and it's like medical? Wouldn't a prostitute be like a saver at that point?
Jeez. Oh my god.
No,
What
no,
the fuck?
no. Okay, so the emergency, right? If you ingest Viagra for something and you have a erection for more than 4 hours, you're supposed to go to the doctor for
Doctors.
that.
Yep. Not a
And
prostitute.
what they
That's
do
also
is
really fucking dangerous because you can have an increase of heart attack and whatnot. You should
yes,
probably go to the hospital, if anything.
yes. So what they do is they take a needle
Wait, Trini, what do they do if
and
they
they,
take Viagra and then they can't stop getting hard?
yeah,
And
Well, the problem
do
with
they need to go to the
Viagra is
hospital for that?
that we always say is that your blood pressure is freaking low. So you're like this guy who maybe you probably have a hard dick, but you can't even talk because you're just not. There's not enough perfusion of blood going to your brain. So we're taking care of all that first before we figure out if you can talk or not.
So yeah, there you have it. So it's just outright dangerous. Like I don't even know how we got into Viagra, but like,
I don't know.
but like all I can say is that yeah, no, that's dangerous. Be careful what you put in your body.
Please don't put it's like don't take any medication with Viagra that lowers your blood pressure because you're not going to be able to talk. And we're going to be like, wake up.
And I know this is gonna
No.
sound really silly, ballparking it here. But let your partner help you out with that.
That's a good idea, honestly.
Yeah, just let your partner help you with that. That's all. I'm gonna leave it at that. All right. Anyone else want to satisfy this very silly thing? No?
Okay.
Okay. Moving quite along to another hot take. Why do we have a lot of hot take questions here? What the heck? Um. Oh my god. What are the main reasons you think men rape women? Why do they think they have a happy conclusion raping someone?
What the fuck?
Wow.
What?
Not today, demon.
Happy conclusion. What does that even mean?
I don't. No, they're saying why do they think they'd have a happy conclusion raping someone?
I don't think. I feel like when it comes to sexual assault, it's more of a
Remember, rape and
selfish.
wait, hold on. Remember, rape and sexual assault are two very different things here.
Sure. When it comes to rape, it's more so a mixture of self gratification and control. Because how would I explain it? You are not thinking about the other person's satisfaction. You're not even thinking of that person as a person. You're just seeing them as an outlet for yourself to get what you want. And there's so many accounts where, well, like just see who's the most likely to get raped. They tend to target people that are very, very agreeable, that have no sets of boundaries, because it's easier to control them.
Okay. Falcon, do you want to add into this?
Oh, as I see it, it's basically people of lesser culture and lesser mental fortitude.
meaning.
Meaning what exactly?
They have impulses of which they can't control because they're too stupid.
Okay. How about you, Gemini?
Okay, so what was the first question? What was the first part of me?
What are the main reasons you think men rape women? I don't
Uh,
really like how this question is formed.
Definitely sounds like a question that a
yeah.
feminist asked.
Yeah, like I really because like again, like when it's kind of like when you say men like that, you're generalizing every man, and whoever made this question, I feel like you're going off of like this paranoia,
Yeah.
and I'm not saying that women can't get raped or anything. That's not what I'm saying here. But I think if you assume that every man is out to rape a woman, to me that's crazy.
The cult demands it, yeah, so
That is a
Uh,
crazy, crazy delusion you're having there. And the only thing I can suggest is to seek help from a therapist, please. But
the
continue, Joe.
the oh my God. So why would a man be I guess happy raping somebody? Oh my God, that sounds. This is such a weird question.
sounds like they got a college degree.
Obsession for something you can't
Uh,
have.
I Sure it can be like that. I mean, they can stalk somebody. They
Yep.
can have that whole thing, like where it's like, "Oh, you're mine. Why don't you love me?" kind of thing. Um, the need for wanting to be in control, wanting to be in power over somebody. Uh, I think those all kind of gratify somebody who can perform the act of raping somebody, but uh, okay, so for this viewer, I will recommend and shout out a YouTube channel by the name of Soft White Underbelly, and the man of the channel's name is Mark Leita, and he interviews many, many, many different people some of those are rapists, and he asks very personal questions about those things, and these people agree to that. I remember watching one of said rapist, and or a rapist, and it was more just he did not know how to control that urge. He apparently had felt remorse for it after doing the act, after all was said and done, but it was just like a primal urge that he could not control.
So
But I would
basically, a
say
poor luck of a poor draw of genetics.
I could sure, but it's weird. I don't see why a guy would be happy after raping somebody, other than there is something mentally wrong with them, and also with the explanation that I just gave you. So,
Okay. Uh, anyone? Goku, do you want to add to this?
No, not really.
And that's Goku's answer.
I think they all said it pretty good. I mean, yeah, ooh, just some mental problems. Shouldn't be doing that shit.
It's
It's
Goku's
a Goku's.
answer. Okay, here comes the next hot take of it all. Um, should men have more sexual partners than women for the benefit of showing they are alpha and high value?
No, makes no
I'll
sense.
start this off and say no.
It's
That's
not
my
that they
answer.
should, but those who are basically primary sought after by women tend to have more body counts. But it's not required to be considered an alpha.
I agree that just if anything, after you get to a certain point of and this goes for both men and women, after you reach a certain level of partners, you actually start personally for me, you actually start becoming a health concern more so than a turn on.
Um, I so to expand on my no, um, uh, I think it's more you don't need, although I'm pretty sure every gender would love to have a type of harem, right? Everyone would love to have,
Why would I want to deal with more than
let's
one woman?
say,
Kind of like psychotic.
well, see, that's you, but I'm just saying. eh, so like every person would kind of like want a harem to like, like, oh, you have these selection of guys or women or whoever to just be at your beck and call. You would love them as much as they would love you, kind of thing. Even though that's not scientifically or remotely possible, but um, you would just it would be ideal for you, even though that's kind of selfish. Um, but I think it's more of the idea of it that's alluring than the actual practicality of it. Because, like Falcon said, practicality, if you have to care for that many people and they're going to they're also going to share their needs and everything like that, you're also going to have to listen to people nagging and oh, how was your day at work? Oh God, it was this, like, and you're the only guy or only woman to have to listen to all of that. So that's like, because they're looking to you as the provider. They're looking to you as yeah.
Also, I would also like to add that in life, if you keep on doing something, you do develop habits, and you need to be very, very careful about the habits that you are creating for yourself. Because, for instance, I know a lot of friends that, depending on their dating history, um, some would be, you know, jumping from relationship to relationship every couple of months. And a pattern that I'm starting to notice with some of my friends is that these people that jump from relationship to relationship every couple of months, they tend to struggle maintaining a long committed one because they are, how do I say this, used to the variety. And just to keep an important note, I've seen this with both men and women.
Yeah, I'm taking
I,
note.
I, I
Don't
can
date
believe that.
Iraq's friends. God,
I can believe what you're saying, Arachno, since they're already used to a certain pattern of, oh, I'm dating for this person, oh, it's not going well. Oh, I'm dating this person now, oh, it's not going well. And then when they actually have the chance to have that commitment and it's actually going well, then they kind of self-sabotage.
Yeah.
Okay. Um. All right. Let's go back to Goku. What do you feel about this?
Oh wait,
Oh God.
what was the question?
Should men have more sexual partners than women for the benefit of showing they are an alpha and higher value?
No.
I'll give you a hint. Yeah, yeah. There you go. Yeah, you figured it
No.
out. Okay.
what the hell
It's
would
a
a
Goku's
Goku for the
answer.
win.
Was that it?
Yeah.
Yeah.
All right. Here comes the next controversial question. Uh.
Oh boy.
This one is actually they want Falcon to answer this one first.
Ooh.
Uh, does constant sex with multiple partners make a woman's value less than it should be? And then the comment towards it was those that defend women that have sex with multiple people have no value.
Th-
My
that's
response to the
interesting.
question is that the higher body count that a woman has, for me, the lower her value is.
I think
Because when it
that's
comes
what
to
they're getting at.
mating, when it comes to mating, the more when it comes to mating for women, the more people you sleep with, the worse your pair bonding abilities become. So it's like you're gonna have like a low pair bonding ability, and you're likely not gonna fully commit to me. So I'm just not interested in you.
Hmm.
Huh.
That's that's actually very interesting. How about you, Goku? What do you think?
I agree with him 100%. I
And
mean,
that's
that's a
Goku's
Goku answer.
answer.
No, but
We gotta make that into a fucking noise thing.
right.
Okay, how about you, Gemini?
Uh, I feel that if a woman sleeps with multiple partners, um, depending on the body count, like if we're talking about double digits, like let's say, I don't know, 20,
Isn't
maybe
that the, like the
50.
common average female
Like
nowadays?
I think a
I don't.
50. I think 50 sounds about
Yeah,
40,
that sounds like
50.
average.
A commenter said like from what they heard from their mutual friends, their body count is 34 to 58.
Yeah, that sounds
Yeah.
like average.
Yeah.
Average
Yeah,
Western women.
It's a
And
see,
lot.
I
and then they said they feel that they lost their value as a woman, and no one would want to be partners with them. Is their
Yeah, that
statement?
is a social consequence.
Oh damn.
Nothing you can do about that.
Where are they at?
Damn,
see,
Goku.
Goku, no targeting the audience.
It's like poor
see,
women.
I feel like, uh, I mean, at least they're being honest with themselves, because if they feel like they devalued themselves from sleeping with too many people, then it's like, well, now where's my value in this? That's hard. It's very hard to pinpoint.
There. Okay. So. Um.
If I can.
Yeah. Go ahead.
Yeah, with
Okay, so whoever answered the like whether you said it was a woman or a man.
Cool.
The person with the high body count, was it a woman or a man?
Uh.
I think it was a woman.
No.
Okay, you know what?
They wish to remain anonymous.
Okay, screw it.
that's fair.
Regardless, if you have a high body count, um, yes, your sexual market value will go down, and you need to keep this in mind, especially when it comes to what is the best way I can say this. Just because your sexual market value has gone down doesn't mean you can't find a viable partner. Now, we have to be honest with ourselves and think about, okay, if I have this high body count, will I be able to attract a traditional mate? Chances are, if we are going to be honest here, no. You're not going to be able to attract a traditional
The
mate.
church ain't the base. You want to go looking for a bait.
I personally would suggest that you get involved again in alternative communities, because there are alternative communities, and I will recommend this time and time again. Alternative communities don't abide by the same sexual market value as you know the sexual
As the
market
dominant
value on
market
a
value.
national scale. They go by different metrics, and I think that if you get involved in alternative communities that don't abide by normal traditional standards, I personally think you will fare way better looking for a how do I say, fulfilling relationship. But we need to be realistic about this. And I mean this in the most compassionate way possible.
I can agree on that. I also think that um what was the second part of the question? What was the statement that they said?
Those that defend women that have sex with many people have no value.
Okay, so then I guess I have no value, because I feel like you should not um no, no, there's no need to shame a person for what they've done in the past, or
Well, it's not
what
shaming. It's more
they
like not wanting to be with them romantically.
that mm,
Oh, hold on. I'm gonna have to interject here, Gemini. I actually agree with Falcon.
Shaming would be like, I don't want to associate you at all. Don't talk to
It's
me.
like what Falcon is saying. It's not a matter of whether like judging the person what they've done in the past. It's just knowing that's what they are and having to accept that as who they are.
It's like
They're just
impulsive
not
behavior.
going
but
to. They're just they,
what
like
what are they then?
Impulsive.
Oh,
Not really that
come on,
patient.
guys.
Because if you're saying that it's a matter of what they are, then you're just pretty much summing them up to be a slut, which that I don't feel like that's fair.
Yeah.
I never called them that. I At least I didn't anyway. I'm just, I'm
Now,
I'm just I'm going by what I'm saying.
Probably a
But yeah,
definitive
as I
number
say,
until you
I'm
actually are
going to
considered.
reiterate. I would personally suggest that if you're of a so low sexual market value in normal society, I would personally suggest you get involved in alternative communities because they do go by,
Wait,
especially
hold on,
alternative
hold on,
communities that don't.
hold on.
Hmm?
Why are you reiterating that?
Because I'm trying to give advice for someone that has a high body count but wants a fulfilling relationship.
If you're a man,
Okay.
that's not gonna be difficult.
Because, like, I will tell you that,
Did you just
especially when
say
you
as
have
a
a high
man it's
body
not going
count,
to be difficult?
if
Oh,
you're
if
trying
you're
to
a man
find
with a
a
high, wait, I'm there.
if you're trying to find a fulfilling partner by like normal society standards and you have a high body count, it's going to be difficult going through like the normal channels. I personally suggest that you go through alternative means because
But that's your.
specifically with
Wait. I get what you're trying to say, but that's your opinion. That's what something you would do.
what do you think I mean when I say alternative communities?
As
Golf
it.
communities, like golf chicks. I'll be nice if I had a golf
My God.
girlfriend.
No. Specifically, when I'm saying about
There goes my hopes
alternative
and dreams.
communities, I'm talking about alternate communities that are more sex positive. That's what I mean by looking for alternative communities, which they do exist. You have to go find them.
I
But
just want to make clarity here. I I do not agree with the person saying that those that defend women that have sex with multiple people have no value.
as long
I
as they have the
disagree with
value,
that
just
because
because
I feel
people.
like that's negatively impacting those that would go for women that have sexual partners. However, I'm just saying for at least myself, I am not going to generalize or blanket statement anything here. At least for myself, I would not be romantically involved with someone like that. That's just me personally. That's why I'm agreeing with Falcon.
Oh, I have something to add to this too.
Okay,
I,
go ahead, Falcon.
When
What
it
do you
comes
have
to
to say?
men, having a higher having a higher body count helps you out as a man because women are more attracted to men who are already in relationships because it basically is a sign that this person is a value person. Another woman has already vetted them as someone who is not
Mm,
terrifying. Thus, if I can get
bruh.
with that person instead, that'll be better.
I don't. But see, like, I don't think that's fair. I don't think it's fair to have
Yeah,
that
it's
double
not
standard.
fair, but like that's what I recall reading about this. That men with high body counts are sought after more, and women seek men who are more sought after. It's like a lazy
Also,
way of determining their value.
I will say this for both men and women out there that have very high body counts and feeling very insecure about it. I will say personally, I do not think that you are the sum of your partners. Um, please, for the love of God, henceforth, and I'm hoping you guys do, please get tested. Um, and
If they're not already.
what else? I know that for people that do not mind partners with high body counts, some people will ask you what you are doing about, baggage from past relationships because it is a thing that happens. And I will say that if you personally believe that you have trust issues or some sort of baggage from previous relationships,
What
you
do people mean by
you
baggage
should
exactly?
you
Like,
should
for
take
example,
steps.
Falcon. Wait, hold on. For example, Falcon. Here it's just an example. I'm not saying it's the only one. Just to get that across to you, Arachno, just in case. For example, they would have a baby from a past relationship. They would have like, let's say, multiple babies. They have like seven,
Oh,
and each baby is from a different person.
whoa.
I
That's an example of baggage.
for instance, I know of a person who just got out of a really bad relationship. They tried getting married, but they couldn't legally, and they had two babies together. The guy was extremely abusive. She was blind to it because she loved him so much, and they were high school sweethearts. Um, and now he's like threatening to kill the guy that she's living with right now, and to take the kids. And it's like,
Wait.
yeah,
Wait. Hold on. Is this someone you know personally?
yes.
Speak nothing of it anymore. I'm just saying that for safety's sake. Please don't mention any further.
Oh no, I didn't say their name. I'm just saying.
No, it doesn't matter. Just don't say any further of that situation. But anyone else have anything to add about the high body count for women? Goku?
It's a Goku.
It's a Goku answer.
I mean, so like like talking back like what you were saying. So if they had multiple kids with multiple different partners, like I would say one, I'm fine. If she slept with had a high body count, but we still clicked, I'm fine with that.
Yeah, and that's
It
that's
could
okay.
it could it could actually work out.
I call
Yeah.
that a friend.
Everyone is different on this particular instance.
Yeah.
That's why I said for me personally, I wouldn't be romantically involved with that
But
person.
but
But there
if
are
she
people.
had multiple babies from a whole bunch of different guys, I would say the hell no. I'm saying
And
over
that's a-
2
that's a
or
really-
3. I mean, I guess
There's no
pushing.
go-
That shit starts pushing it.
I know for me, like personally for me, if I'm involved with a person that has a 5 body count, usually the first thing I ask, for health concerns, is an STD check. And after that, for me personally, I would also ask them is like if they have any baggage from previous relationships, and if they do, what have they done to remediate that baggage? Have they went to
I-
therapy?
I'm just gonna give a little advice there. It's pretty rude to say it in that way.
Huh?
I'm just saying, just as a friend, that it's pretty rude to say it that way.
Well, to be fair, you know me. I'm a very straightforward person. I don't really.
That's fine, but
nuance
there's a
to it.
line between respect and being honest.
Yeah.
I'm just throwing that out there. I'm not attacking you. I'm just saying, there is that line there between respect and honesty.
Mm-hmm. But obviously, for me personally, I usually word it in a way where I add, for instance, compromising information about myself to show that, hey, I don't think you're this type of person. I just need to know for the sake of compatibility. I don't disrespect you. I'm just assessing for compatibility.
Well, there is a benefit to dating someone with a high
Wait,
body count.
when do
You
you
can
ask
actually
that
learn a lot
though?
of tricks from them,
What
like
what?
short-term relationships.
Sorry, I was gonna say like what at what point do you ask those questions though? Like is it the
Well,
first
usually,
date?
obviously, you wouldn't
Or when you
ask that
check?
on the first date, of
Yeah,
course not.
yeah.
I mean, like, usually,
Because then
how do I say
aren't
this?
you wasting your time after that?
Mm,
It could be a nice placement till you find someone else.
I would say that usually for me, on the first date, we ask very surface level questions. It's like, oh, what's your job? And stuff like that. And if the person gets to the point where they're like, oh, yeah, I would want like a second or third date to get to know this person more, I will ask them, are you okay with me asking like more touchy subjects with you? And if they say yes, I'm like, okay, you can also ask me very touchy questions. And usually when I ask a very touchy question, they will ask me like a touchy question back. For instance, if I ask them about if they have any baggage from their previous relationship, they will ask me, oh, how's my relationship with my father, for instance. And if for me, I would respond nonchalantly. And once they realize that I don't see this as a whole I disrespect you type of thing, typically the date goes well. It's basically the type of vibe you give.
So no disrespect or anything, but I'm just saying if somebody did that to me and told me that same thing, I probably wouldn't like ask her really anything, and I probably wouldn't call her or talk to her again.
And that's fine.
That's yeah. I would just like I don't know like that just right there would just be like what?
Yeah, and that's fine. But for me, I'm looking for a very specific type of person.
Yeah. See. Yeah. I mean.
But see, that's what I meant before when you were trying to give advice to the audience. Like, I think you got to be careful and a thin line here when you're promoting your own thing there.
Yes.
You have to be very careful about that. Like, I get it's advice, and I'm sure they're hearing what you're saying, but that's why I say for me personally, that's why I say those lines all the time. For me personally, this is what I
me
would
too.
If you want to do it, go ahead. I'm not telling you to do it. I'm not even giving it to you as advice. Follow your own walk of life at that point. But I'm not going to dictate someone else's life.
Yeah,
You also try
but
speaking
that's
to your
the
therapist
thing.
from time
There
to
is
time.
no better advice when it comes to the disclosure of information that makes people uncomfortable. Like, how many dates are you going to give this person before you ask them about their body count? Because I'm sure you guys are not going to provide a more reasonable answer for that.
It definitely has to be before you get physically intimate, for sure.
Wait, hold on. You're saying that we won't provide an answer for that to our partners?
No, like, I'm asking you guys, if my option is such a bad option, how many dates would you recommend before asking the body count question?
It wouldn't really come up in a date. At least for me, it wouldn't. That's like a one-on-one conversation, sit down kind of thing. But I wouldn't specifically bring it up in a date. I think
Well, if
that's
it's
a
a Netflix and chill
I think
date,
that's a
then
bad
Yeah.
advice to do. Like when to bring it up in a date. I think that's a very to me. I think that's a turn off thing to ask.
Okay, what do you think I mean when I say date?
Well, what do you mean when you say date? Because when I'm thinking of a date, I'm having fun with said partner and whoever I'm
Yep.
with.
Okay, when I'm saying date, I'm saying that you're in the dating phase, where sometimes you would go for outings and sometimes you would be just chilling at home.
You talking about you already
But when I'm
kissed?
saying these conversations, I wouldn't recommend these conversations in an outing.
But that's what a date is.
Yeah.
You go out and you're
Okay,
on a
so
date.
we have a misunderstanding
Are you
of our
talking about being
definition.
together, or
Like, are you saying like? Wait, okay, hold
like
on.
first date,
Okay.
second date, third date?
Because like there's going on a date as it's a action you're doing, and then there's your date, somebody you're with. Like I think you can say both. Oh, what up, Los? What the fuck? Get
Wait,
in here.
what? Oh my
What
god!
the
You
fuck? What up, my
probably heard
dude?
the
Get
crazy
your ass
stuff.
in here. Oh my god, it's Los.
Oh, all right,
What
man.
an
Yeah, I just
intro!
Okay, let me reiterate what I say. When it comes to the whole body count thing, obviously that's a one-on-one thing. You don't want to have this type of conversation in public, in a public outing.
oh,
Right, yeah, but that's what
going
I'm
on a very interesting topic.
Yeah.
uh,
However, I guess this is where we disagree. I do not think that it should be drawn out. Like, you shouldn't wait like 2 or 3 months
I
to have
never.
this
Whoa, whoa,
conversation.
whoa, 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 whoa! Hold up! I never said it should be drawn out. I'm
No.
Yes.
just saying. Like what I'm trying to get you to understand right now. I'm saying I would not bring that up in a date
Yep.
when you're
Yes.
supposed to have fun with your
Yes.
significant
And
other.
that's why
That's
I'm
what I said.
reiterating,
I
because
never
I'm
said that I'm
sorry.
drawing it out.
Okay. Okay. I am wrong. Okay. I was wrong. I misunderstood the definition of a date. I mostly mean if you're in the dating phase, and preferably not in a public setting, you would have this conversation privately between like 2 or 3 dates in.
Mm,
Wait, so like after you've already been you're together. You're saying you're already together. You're dating, like you're together. So that's when
Yes.
you'd ask.
okay,
Okay.
okay. So there's the
There you
context. I
go.
was looking.
There you go.
Okay, yeah, that's what I was looking for. Okay, so
But
if you're
here's another
already
thing. When you say together, do you mean you're dating or are you like exclusive dating?
Oh my.
isn't
Oh
what?
my.
Because
Hold on.
that's the thing.
Wait,
There's
wait,
so
wait.
many
That's
nuance
one
to
and
the
the same
dating.
thing. You're saying the same thing.
So she's talking about talking versus dating.
Right, like
Uh,
I think that's what
yeah,
she's trying to say, but she's conflating both as the same thing.
yeah. So the talking stage is just like you guys are kind of figuring stuff out. Like you're not locking each other down. And the dating phase is kind of like I'm yours, you're mine.
Mm-hmm.
Kind of
So the
situation.
dating stage would be exclusive.
Yeah, dating stage. I would consider dating to be exclusive unless you're in a what is it, a polyamorous relationship?
Oh
Yeah.
boy, that's
Something
another
like
topic.
Oh,
Yep.
I mean, okay,
that.
then that's where we would disagree. I would say that even still in the talking stage, you should have that conversation, because that would be a make or break in some relationships. In
But
my
okay, but
opinion.
here's where my disconnect with you is. I'm not saying that. I'm saying I wouldn't bring it up on a date where you're having fun with your significant
Yeah.
other.
You're going out to the movies or whatever you're
Yes.
doing.
Because like
Trying to impress
imagine
her.
um, imagine
learning.
you're going into like the, let's say for example, the flower field, right,
Yes,
in like
and
fucking Sweden,
I
and you're just
understand what
enjoying
you're
the flower
saying.
field, and then all of a sudden you drop the question. So how much baggage are you carrying?
Yeah.
No, no, no,
Or
no, 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 no.
how
Okay,
many
okay.
people
I
you slept
understand what
with?
you're saying.
You
I
know?
How many
understand what you're
bodies have you
saying.
killed, and
What
are
I
those
meant to
skeletons in
say
your
is,
closet?
and let me reiterate because I misunderstood. What I meant to say is privately, like around like when you're having the second or third date, not during the date, not during a public outing, you would have a private discussion saying, "Hey, I want to get to know you better, but I need these questions first because this might, make or break whether we become exclusive or not."
Are you a male gigolo? Yes or no?
What are you saying? Okay, hold on,
So
hold
I
on.
kind of get it though. I get what you're saying. So you're
Yeah,
basically saying that before you guys get too deep in,
she wants to be
that's a
upfront.
conversation you believe that, yeah, because some people they do care about that. Like they might not want to date someone who has a body count of double or triple digits,
Straight up
for
full
Yeah, no,
instance.
disclosure
that's
upfront.
yeah, that's what that was. Actually, we'll ask you the question. Actually, does okay? So Los, does content
Hmm.
sex with multiple partners make a woman's value less than it should be? And then the statement of this viewer's question is: those that defend women that have sex with multiple people have no value.
Okay, so me personally, I understand it can go both ways with people. I don't really care. Um, in fact, I'm gonna be honest with you. I feel like women that I've dated that have had like more partners, they tend to just be better in relationships because they've had a lot more exposure to people, in almost like a lot of different ways. Like they've been through more shit, they understand more abuse, like they've been through so much that they're more understanding. So me personally, I don't really think it matters. Like there's less you have to really teach a woman that's been with a lot of people because they just know how to like read stuff. Like if you're having a bad day and they've been with a lot of guys and they know what it's like when a guy has a bad day, they already know like I'm not gonna come and bullshit this guy unless you're dating a girl that wants to be an asshole. In which case it doesn't matter. But I find them to be like I find the relationships to be better. I don't know. That might just be my experience though. Me personally, I don't think it matters. I prefer it if they've had at least four relationships, at least one long term. But like, I don't think it really matters to me though. I don't think it lowers their value. Like, I mean, in today's day and age, come on, dog.
Or the common
We
culture
have
is hard to
we have a
find
lot
women
of
with low
interesting
value
different takes here.
nowadays.
Now,
Y'all in
now,
the
hey,
20s or 30s.
ask him the baggage question now.
Now, okay, so Los, here's
Hmm.
the package question. So how do I okay, Goku, how do you phrase this?
You know, like
Can you
okay. So what you're saying, you don't really care about that. You know, like multiple, body counts or whatever. Now,
Hmm.
what if this person has multiple babies from multiple different guys?
You fought all her
Would
exes. Now you gotta fight her
would
5 baby
would
daddies.
still
Yeah. Yeah.
say,
See,
say
that's a little bit. Yeah. See, that's a little bit
see
different.
changes, right?
See.
Oh, no,
Yeah.
but it
See.
is a different
But there
scenario.
is a difference, though. There is a difference between a woman with multiple bodies and a woman with a lot of kids. And the thing is, a woman with a lot of kids could be having kids because she wants money, not because she likes sex. She could have a lot of kids with one guy.
Mm-hmm.
She could be, she could have one kid or be a rape victim. And then have like twins and stuff. So there's a lot, like, there's a big difference between a woman who has a lot of bodies and a woman that has a lot of kids. Me personally, if I want kids, I want to have them myself. So I wouldn't date a girl that has kids. That's just me. But there are plenty of guys, they like to play stepdaddy, so they
Mm-hmm.
can do that. That is a very common thing.
I've done it.
Uh,
I like it.
See, it's preference. It's preference. I don't want to raise nobody else's kids. Like if I wanted to raise a kid, I'd have my own, right? But I don't want to. That's expensive. I gotta deal with a badass little rat running around, all of this extra shit. No, I'm good. Like I don't want to do that. But there are people they like that. Like they really enjoy that. So that's personal preference, not me though. I'm good.
A soul is a soul.
Well, but see, that's the thing, Goku. It is a very different scenario there because, like, if that woman does have like several kids with
Yep.
different men, um, yeah, there is a lot of baggage there
Yeah.
because if you're
Mhm.
dating that person, you would automatically become that those kids' daddy,
Oh yeah.
Well,
and
I will say
Mhm.
That's
that
why I said hell to the no, no, no.
No,
I will
no,
To the
personally
no,
say
no.
that
no, no.
if you are a man or woman with children, I personally think the best option when it comes to the dating sphere is try to seek someone that also has kids.
no,
Yeah,
but and that's
yeah,
fine.
I
That's
can see that.
perfectly fine because, like,
Mhm.
especially in the divorces, and I'm gonna take this in, like, for Japan standards here. When women and men that become divorced and they do have kids, they often seek a someone else that may have a kid themselves, maybe near the same age, maybe. But
Yeah.
it's
Mhm.
wishful thinking if that were to happen. But has this happened in not just Japan? This happened in like the Philippines. This happened in
Mhm.
like other countries too. Like I've seen these scenarios happen a
Yes,
lot.
because like
Mhm.
typically, if you date someone that's also a parent, they understand your struggles more than a single person will.
Mhm.
Right, because
I
you have
mean,
the kid.
and and I guess it depends too, because there are some people like, especially if you're an older sibling, you know that sometimes you end up having to raise your younger siblings, and so it's not that a single person can't. It's just that they just might not want to. You know what I mean? Like that's a lot of responsibility for someone else's decision making. Like you're really taking on a burden. And I know, I know single women like they try to keep it separate sometimes, but it's not that easy. You know what I mean? They got a bedtime because their kid got a bedtime.
Mm-hmm.
They got to find sitters because the kid has to be watched. Like I see my sister struggling through that
School.
sometimes, and it's like, dang, like, yep, school
School,
trips,
yep.
doctor's
Dropping
appointments.
off, yep. Oh my god.
Like sometimes maybe the homegirls want to go out,
Yep.
they can't go
Or
because
you're at
kid
work
got
and
school tomorrow.
something happened, the kid's sick, gotta go pick him up, gotta leave work because of that. Get in
hmm
trouble at
Yeah,
work because
so
of that.
it's like a whole different spirit issues, like, and that's what really starts to. Even if you want to keep it separate, you can't. Eventually, the kid is going to become a factor. Like it's just going to happen.
Yep.
So, but I mean, to each his own, really. You know what I mean? Like, there's all types of baggage now. Y'all got to know that too. Like, you could have, I mean, women with a kid is one thing, but imagine dealing with someone that's been in one really, just really, really, really awful relationship. Like, that's a whole nother type of baggage too. Like,
Oh yeah,
there's all types of crazy baggage.
emotional baggage. Yeah, that happens.
hmm Yeah, like,
You have to deal with
Yeah,
the
that's what I was
paranoia.
mainly talking about when it came to baggage.
hmm
And that's why like I was asking that because it's like for instance, I personally don't mind when people ask me questions such as like, "Oh, do you have any baggage from your past? And if so, what did you do to address that?" I personally think that's a valid question.
That's fine. No one's saying it's not a valid question.
hmm yeah. See, I think, and that's interesting too, because how many people could honestly answer that from a place where they might have been the problem? You know what I mean?
Mm-hmm.
Like some of the baggage could be caused by your own decision making. I know people who cheated on their significant others, and then you talk to them about their last relationship, and they'll be like, it was all bad. When you ask them how did it end, and they're like, oh, I cheated. What? You're the reason why it was bad. Like, you know what I mean? Like stuff like that can happen, and it's like, so you gotta, I don't know, it's really hard to get the truth out of people when it comes to past relationships. Like, if you meet somebody and they're straight up honest with you, and they're like, listen, I was a piece of, for lack of a better word, shit. And I was doing
Hmm.
a lot of bad things, and I'm trying to change myself around. You're lucky, because most people you're not gonna hear them say that. They're always gonna be the victim, or they're always gonna be like there was the other person. Sometimes people will say I didn't do enough, but not doing enough isn't doing the wrong thing. It's just not doing enough. So like baggage is very very strange and hard to identify.
Yeah.
hmm
I mean, like personally for me, like depending, I'm not gonna lie, cheating for me, that's my limit. But I tend to be really forgiving of, somebody saying is like, oh yeah, I suffered a very bad heartbreak and I went through a hoe phase. Like I'm willing to forgive that, or what's it called? Or they're like, oh, I have like unresolved trauma, stuff like
Forgiveness.
that. But like if you show me like something that you've changed, or like you're trying your best to remediate yourself from your past, I personally see that as a plus, because it's telling me that you're willing to not only own up to your mistakes, but you've grown. Yeah.
Yeah, I can see that. I can see that. See, I don't really even like if I meet someone and they're like, oh, I had this whole phase way back. It's like, bro, you good? Like, you got it out of you. We was all young ones going. Like, I'm not even, you know what I mean? I'm not even gonna hold it
Yeah.
against them because I know some people they just got it like that, man. I have brothers that are like that. Like they ran through women, they had their fun, then they settled down with one woman. Like it's like I can't sit there and look at them and be like, those are model examples, and then look at a woman who's out there doing the same thing, getting hers, and be like, oh, hell no, oh my god, like I can't do that, man. Like
Yeah.
it's like, listen, if you got it, you got it, and that's between you and them, But it's like you're not gonna be doing that with me. If you with me, you got to settle that down. Like that's how I approach it. But a lot of people that matters, and that could be religious, that
Yeah.
could be culture, that could be anything. Like I don't know.
Right. I think we all fulfilled this question here. So here's the next one. It's another controversial. If a woman doesn't want the baby, but a man wants a baby, should it fall under the court to decide the baby's fate?
No, it should go to the man. He's still a parent.
Mm.
But they're
The woman
both
has to give the
playing.
birth. Yeah, that's the only issue with that.
They're
It's just
they're
like the
both.
woman
Mind
has to
you,
give the birth.
I'm going to make clarity on this question. This has nothing to do with abortion. The baby's already born.
Okay.
Oh yeah, she go to the man.
Yeah.
Yeah,
If
Yeah.
the baby's
yeah,
already born, then give it to the dad.
Yep.
yeah.
Dad's
Yeah,
capable.
that's feasible.
Sometimes better. You never know.
Uh,
Well, what are you going to say, Gemini? Go ahead.
no, I don't know. That's a tricky one, because they're still both parents of the child.
Yeah, but the one
So
doesn't want the
Yeah,
child.
the woman doesn't want the
I
child.
mean, obviously that woman
the
still's got to
woman
pay
does.
child support.
The
Yeah.
court
Oh,
probably
Oh
won't
yeah.
let her do it.
Sadly,
Be honest with these
and here's the
courts.
sad part: the woman won't. Usually the court will make the man do that.
Because the courts get a
Then,
portion of the money, so they're incentivized to make the man have to pay child support.
well, I feel like regardless, if you're a man or a woman and you don't want the child and the other partner does, you got to pay child support. At least.
well,
Yeah,
then
yeah. I think in
that
that
would have to be
scenario
enforced.
she would.
That would have to be enforced by the court then.
Yeah, it would.
Yeah.
But see, here's the problem. Normally, it would fall under the man. If the man is going to take claim of the child, um, then he has to pay for everything for the kid, irregardless of
I
the first situation.
yeah.
End up paying
Mm,
for the
I,
child.
I don't I don't know how.
I saw
I
a case where the the mother of the child was uh she was demanding that she would get more child support from him, even though that he was literally doing even though he was working and paying child support, but she wanted more child support, and the judge was just didn't understand that, and she's like, do do you work? And
The
the
modern woman.
woman's like, I can work, but I don't
Oh,
want
I heard
to.
about that case. That case is
And
crazy.
it's like, so
Mm.
you're gonna demand the man to pay more child support when you could get off your lazy ass and work, but you just don't want to. Okay.
Mm.
It's
Yeah,
Yeah, I feel
it's
like for
that
like
cases
that's the
like that,
rough.
then the
it's
guy
a-
should just get main custody, and she has to be forced to go either pay child support or go to jail.
exactly,
They
because
rarely
it
throw
sounds
them in
like
jail.
she's playing the system, and it sounds like
Yeah.
he's supporting more for the child than she is at that point.
Hmm.
So I will say I do think it's a state by state case because I personally know women that complain about having to pay child support.
Yeah, no, there are women that have to pay child support. Usually, usually if the father gets custody, first of all, the father gets custody. That's crazy. Like, I'm
I'm
not
gonna,
gonna lie to you, that's wild. Like, if
I'm
the
just gonna
father
be
gets
very clear
custody,
again.
take them, I'm
Yeah,
pretty
go
sure the
ahead.
woman has to pay.
Yeah.
Like,
I'm gonna be very clear again. I said most of the time. I never said that it never existed that
Hmm.
women don't pay. Context.
mm,
That's all I'm gonna leave it at.
Yeah. I think most of us here agree that you should pay your child support.
If you have a child,
yeah,
yeah. No matter who
yeah,
you are
yeah.
and what your situation is, pay the child support.
Yeah, especially because it's like it takes two to tango, man.
Yep.
Like as rough as it is, don't get me wrong, as rough as it is, like this has been going on for quite a while now. It's pretty well documented. Like wrap it before you tap it, because they getting you, and this has been a thing for a long time. So it's like at some point, I'm not even mad at them for playing the system as much as it's the people that keep getting played. Like y'all know what it is. You got to learn to self control yourself. Like that's just how it goes.
Be highly
Like
selective about which women you date.
I
Some of them just see it as a
and
system of game.
to answer your question before, like if the woman does not want the child and the father wants the child, that after everything, like yeah, sure, just give the dad the kid.
yeah, oh yeah, absolutely. I think the father should get the gift. Yo, if the father wants and the woman doesn't, and the woman is trying to stop him, then she's just being petty and vindictive. Like she's just
Yes,
evil. Like why would you? What are you doing? Like what?
I've seen cases where there was this 4-year-old. She was walking down the street. It was probably oh my god, it looked like a suburb, but I swear it had to be the ghetto. I don't mean to paint it in that kind of light, but and this dad got a call from the neighbor and was like, "Your kid is walking down the street and stuff," and you know he he gets so pissed off at the mother because because they have custody over weekends and stuff, and um he gets her, and it sucks because he doesn't even have like one of those the kid seats for his car, so he puts her in his car, takes her back to the mother's house, and when you walk in, like when he walks into the place, he's just like, "Oh my god, this place is a mess." And the mother is sleeping with some dude in her bed, and it's like, he's like, so you doing drugs, and you're just with some dude, and all this other stuff. Well, you're supposed to be watching our kids, and it's
Hmm.
like, how did the door even get open? And she's like, "Oh, she opened it herself." And it's like, come on, no.
Probably is left unlocked. But the thing is, and I just want to clarify this, like, so people understand, bad parents are bad parents. It's not the fact that it is a woman, it's the fact that the parent is bad. Because
Yes.
if you grew up in those areas, you would know there are plenty of guys who have the same exact stuff going on.
Yeah.
People like this trying to light on the women because it's a lot easier to look at it and be like, she's sleeping around with a bunch of dudes. Because once again, if a guy gets a lot of girls, that's a player. But at the same time, it's like, trust me, it goes both ways. A shitty parent is a
Yeah.
shitty parent. You know
Yes.
what I mean? Like, and I just want to put that out there. Like,
Yeah, that's the point that I was trying to make before about like,
mm-hmm.
if a guy sleeps with a lot of women, somehow his value is higher. But if a
Mm-hmm.
woman sleeps with a lot of dudes, somehow her value is lower. That I don't know. That's double standard. But
Because the rule of values is determined
I
by the
can tell you
opposite
where that
gender.
came from because they revealed that. That came from the red pill, blue versus blue pill ideology.
that's so. I don't like that.
I will say this. If you are a
Yeah, but the
person
rules already
that do
existed
not want your
beforehand.
kid, but you're too petty to let the other parent have the kid, I just want to recommend therapy. Mental health is very important.
I
There
can
are people who
say
just live like that.
I can say for the thing that I watched is that the dude wasn't a good guy either because he did sell drugs, but he was getting like he was
Oh,
trying to
bruh.
start. No,
Hmm.
so he was trying to start a new life for himself though. Like he was trying to be a good father and everything. So he literally took his daughter and is like, okay, she's gonna be with me because you're not in the right mindset right now. And but see, as soon as he started taking his daughter away, then the mom cared. Then she's like, "Oh no, you're not taking her away from me. No, what's going
Hmm.
on?" Like all of a sudden the drugs didn't care. Then all of a sudden the other dude didn't care. Like didn't matter. It's just like
Hmm.
it's like
Goodness.
no, your kid should be top priority first. You know. So it's like, yeah, obviously they live in a bad neighborhood if the father used to be a drug dealer and she's a junkie and they in a rocky relationship and she's sleeping around with another guy. But why is your kid like half around a block, not like nah. So I would have to agree with the father on that one, just taking her away and like looking out for her.
Mm.
Okay. Goku, can we get your it's a Goku's answer?
You guys lost me.
That is completely fair.
Okay, so the next question, and I guess I don't know if guys can really answer this one, so I'm just gonna say that right away. Does penis size matter to women? Does it really matter in their relationship?
I'm going to answer this. From what I've heard, what's more important is girth rather than length.
Oh
Bruh.
my god.
Bruh.
Yes, I love him because he do just be saying stuff.
You just be saying
I
And he might be right. He might be right, but he
that's
just be saying
great.
it though. I don't know.
I
Arachno, what you want to
I
say?
will say that it and I know I'm gonna sound like a broken record. It really depends on the woman. I do know that there are women out there that say, I I need a big dick.
BBD.
I do
She
know
built like a
those women
cave.
exist,
Feel
but
like a cave.
I just as I know those women exist, I also know women that do not care about size at all.
Yeah.
I wonder what would they
Like,
choose,
The
big wallet or big dick, but you can only have one.
what? What?
huh?
What are you talking about?
If you choose the other, they'll have the opposite, as in big dick, small
So
wallet, always broke.
I mean, like,
Oh
take for
my god.
instance myself. Like, I'm queer, so obviously I don't care about dick size because I've dated people with no dick.
It's a no
The hidden
dick
Fair.
size,
moment.
negative.
Um.
It's a no dick moment. It's crazy.
So I've dated a lot of women, and they have various answers. So it kind of goes on with what Arachno's saying. Like there are some people who are, uh, for the term of it, size queens who like the bigger the better. There are other people who don't really care, and I've heard there are guys who like it doesn't matter the size, they can still get the job done in various other ways. So it's like I don't know, I guess for women it's preference, really. Like it shouldn't matter, but I guess it doesn't matter to all women, but I guess it matters to
Yo,
some.
it's see, humans are funny, man. Because here's the thing: people would say, "Oh, that they want this, they want that," but I'm gonna tell you, if someone really, really likes you, like they're really rocking with you, they can't even see what's really going on. Like
Yeah.
it don't even matter. Like what's
That
gonna
one
end up
drinks what's
happening?
really going on.
All of that preference, like oh, big this, that, whatever. I'm telling you, if a girl really, really likes you, your thing is gonna be the thing she wants. It don't matter.
Yeah.
Like it don't matter. Like she will never even cross her mind when she'll never be like, you know what? Like if she really likes you, it's never gonna be like, you know what? His stuff is too small. I don't. No, it's always gonna be exactly what she wants because she's into you, and that's just how that goes. Like I've had that. I've heard girls say that. Like, oh, I don't even. I've had some. They be like, I went 10 like some crazy. Like you trying to have sex with the Hulk shorty? What? But then they turn around and they dating dudes. And them dudes will come out and they'll be like, bro, I'm like 5.5, bro. I didn't even think she would. She always talking about she want this, and it's like, yeah, bro, it don't matter, bro. She don't even know. Half of these people can't even count that high. Stop playing. Like, what you talking about now? You know what I'm saying? Like,
You want
like, yo,
you want 9 inches, but you really only want 6,
yeah,
5.
like, I hand you a can of Coke, a bottle of Coke. You don't even know how big that is. Like, you talking about you want 9? Like, get out my face, bro. You know what I'm saying? Like, stop playing. Like, you social media hyped up, and you don't know what you talking about, and you seen a tweet, and you was like, I like that. I'm gonna say that. That's all that is,
Nah,
man.
I think the stigma came from porn, and we're like,
Oh,
Probably.
yeah.
oh,
Oh, yeah, definitely. Oh,
like, oh,
definitely.
oh,
Yeah.
Wasn't
it has to
Rasputin
be
known for having
this
a big one?
big. Who?
Rasputin. Like I'm pretty sure his junk is in a
I
jar in
don't,
Russia,
Yo,
like a
I
dude.
do
vinegar
not
jar.
What?
know nothing about no Rasputin
I
meatology, bro. That's
I
crazy.
I
No,
like
Rasputin, the
I
guy
like Rasputin.
Rasputin, lover
I
of the
like
Russian queen.
I like Rasputin as a historical figure. I don't know anything about his dick size.
No, I'm
The
pretty sure it's
thing
in a jar in Russia in
I
a museum.
know that is so okay. Anyway, um,
That man, the meat master, he just knows
uh,
stuff.
um, the thing I know is that the
It
images
looks weird.
and like the whole thing about like getting looking better, looking a certain way, being shaved, this, that, the other thing. But it came from modeling and it came from porn. So
Hmm.
like where size really mattered, all this other stuff that came from porn. Looking slender and a certain way came from porn. Same thing with looking jacked
Angles and
and
But
constantly
all this
looking
it's
in the
other
mirror.
funny
stuff.
though because Pornhub, and AKA former porn star, now director and a director of her own company and owns shares of Adult Swim, Asa Akira, um, has stated that the way that Pornhub and the porn industry now is trying to destigmatize that, where penis
Hmm.
size just shouldn't matter to women.
Yeah. I can believe that now because now we live in an age where it's like people like dad bods, people like average bodies and things like that. It's not all about the super jacked physique or the very skinny, petite, curvy looking woman anymore.
Hmm.
We try to um be
Much more
positive
inclusive.
about all. Yeah, we try to be a
Hmm.
positive and inclusive about all body sizes and all body types. So there's less of a stigma now.
Okay. Goku, can you give us your Goku's answer?
Yeah, size. It definitely matters.
My
Thank you for
dog,
the Goku's
he just
answer.
came in. He just said, nah, it matters.
It matters. I'm
That's it.
out.
Bruh.
He'd be like, nah, I'm gonna go
Going
with
on
Diff.
to the next question. I guess this person is genuinely looking for advice, so hopefully you guys can answer in a way.
Okay.
Uh, are open relationships better than monogamous relationships? What are the advantages
Hmm.
to open relationships that are better in a positive aspect than monogamous relationships? Is this
Hmm.
healthy for society norms?
Uh,
Oh, I'm
Does
gonna answer.
anyone in
It's
here? Does
not,
anyone
and
in
it's
here
actually bad
have?
for your soul, and it's
Hold
not
on.
good for
Does anyone
society.
in here actually been a part of an open relationship?
no,
Has anyone
Nope.
ever done that?
Yes.
Well,
Okay.
I've never been in an open relationship, so
Okay.
I
So
can.
people that have, can you guys answer that?
You
From
don't need to have been in open relationships to know it's not a good idea. It's like I
But
don't know enough
no,
about
but they're
relationships.
asking, but I see, but they're asking about something, and I think we should let the people who've actually been through it give them advice on how it made them feel before we chime in.
I will say that when it comes to uh open relationships, I'm gonna sound like a broken record. So
Wait. Before you continue, and before you continue with your broken record stuff, can we get clarity here? So you're saying you've been in an open relationship?
I've been in one open relationship and another one that was like the person was a swinger.
Oh, so you? Oh, okay. So yeah, you. All right.
So
That's a little different, but all right, can continue.
no, I'm saying I've been in one open relationship where it's like what you think an open relationship is, and the other one
Hmm.
where it's just a different person and they were a swinger. Um,
Yeah.
from my experience, I need to reiterate this. Just because you're in an open relationship, especially depending on the dynamic, it does not mean things get easier. If anything, it gets even more complicated. For instance, if you're polyamorous, you should see it or speak with someone polyamorous. They have like whole schedules, Excel sheets on how to
Uh,
balance time with their partners.
I know someone very well in that category.
Yeah, exactly. It is not a, oh, I'm gonna it's not a get out of jail free card where you can cheat wherever. No, you can still cheat in open relationships. You can still neglect your partners.
Right, but I don't think that's what they're asking here. So let's stick to the question.
Yes, I'm reiterating this, but when it comes to the positives, what's the fulfilling part of open relationship? Well, and as I said, it depends on who you are. If you honestly think and have a heart to heart to yourself and think, I can't, you're just not monogamous. You have to love people, like multiple people at once, then you're more aligned to being in an open relationship. An open relationship is more suitable to you. It's not a one relationship dynamic is better than the other. It's more so who are you and how do you love people? And not only that, another positive of open relationships or a pattern I see within the community is that people are way more how do I say? There's less jealousy in open relationships for obvious reasons. Um, besides not to say it doesn't happen, it does, but it's not to the same extent as monogamous relationships. So there's one pro for that. Uh, so yeah, good for people that are typically non-monogamous, less jealousy factor, and also this can be a negative or a positive depending on what type of person you are. But if you're typically the independent type, your partners are typically less dependent on you. Because, if they are not having a need fulfilled, they could seek it out with another partner. Now, for some people, they could see that as a negative, so that depends on you. And not only that, if you are a busy partner, like if you are a busy person and you personally like to have a lot of alone time, you don't have to worry about how do I say this? Worry about neglecting. Like there's a lot of compromise. So, for instance, if you're saying, "Hey, I feel like being alone and I don't want to spend time with anybody this week," that partner can say, "Oh, okay, fine. I'll just spend it with another partner." So there's a lot of maneuverability and flexibility in that regard. So those, from what I see, are the pros of open relationship. But again, it really depends on the type of person you are.
All right, now you
Okay.
guys feel free to chime in.
Yeah.
what
Yeah. See
about
now.
Loki?
Yeah. All right, Goku, you said you've been in one.
I will say this because I know there's been there's been multiple people them saying this. Uh, just because that some people are not in a open poly or whatever genre it is, that doesn't mean they can't speak on the terms.
Oh,
Um,
yeah, no, no, no. I just think that yeah, no, listen. I'm not trying to suppress anyone's thoughts. It's just chiming in on something that you're not a part of can dilute the answers from the people who've actually lived through it.
no,
That's
no,
all
no.
I'm
I know,
saying. So
I
it's
know,
like,
I know, I know what you're getting at. I'm just saying this for the
mm,
people that are arguing about it.
okay, yeah, 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 of
Mm.
course. Oh, no, yeah, no, that's absolutely. I mean, to me, I couldn't do that. I'm too territorial. I'm too selfish. Like, it's like the idea of someone else having my woman, that's wild to me. I can't even. Not when we're supposed to be together. I love too hard. I give too much. I do too much. I can't do that. But so that's how I feel about it. Like, I just couldn't do that. Now there are some people who could do it. I don't know, man. It's different.
Yeah, I mean, it's. I'm gonna say that from another good friend that said your relationship is how you make it to be.
Hmm.
That's what I'm
Yeah.
gonna say. Like, I'm gonna humbly and respectfully disagree with you, Ragnar, when you said there's less jealousy involved in open and poly relationships. I heavily disagree with that. I've seen otherwise, but again, we can debate that some other time there. But if there are benefits that you find in whatever relationship you establish with your partner, hats off to you. It's
Hmm.
really more up to you how you want to make your relationship. It shouldn't be anyone else dictating or determining what your relationship is. You determine that. Not anyone else, not even this podcast. You do.
Hmm. Yeah, and
So,
that is just a fact.
Um,
Yeah.
I would also like to have a little side note. As for my personal affiliation, for me, I would say that I identify with more like I'm more flexible. So, for instance, currently I'm in a monogamous relationship, but as I say, for me, I don't really care whether my partner is open or not. I tend to be very flexible in that matter.
Hmm.
but yeah, but that goes along with what I just said. Your relationship is how you make it to be.
Hmm.
You
Yeah.
know,
Yeah.
when
No, that's yeah.
well, what I'm going to leave
No,
with
man.
advice for everybody here, including the audience and whatnot. You know, whatever is good for you may not be good for others.
Hmm.
You got to remember that because I'm speaking on non-biases here. I'm in a monogamous relationship, but I'm not promoting it that being the best.
Hmm.
Like monogamous is not like the supreme best. I'm not saying that poly or open is the best. I'm not saying that at all. But what I am going to say is and I'm going to stand firm on it. Your relationship is how you establish it with your partner is to be.
Yeah,
You know,
Hmm.
and I'm going to constantly say no one should dictate that. Even
I
people,
agree.
Hmm.
yeah, even people that are trying to give advice about it, no one should dictate it.
Yes,
It's however you make it to be. If if someone says that they're fine with their partner being open and having multiple partners on the side, that is up to them. That is their discretion. That's how they live their life. That's them.
Hmm.
Now, if you want to follow suit on that, then your decision is on you. Personally, for me, I cannot do that. I cannot.
Hmm.
I will not share my partner. I cannot see that happening. I wouldn't engage in open or poly relationships. To me, there are many things that I find wrong with it. Uh, it definitely goes against a lot of my beliefs. So that's definitely a big no no in my book. That's just me
Hmm.
personally. So I don't know about you guys. I don't know. Well, I already know what Lois and Arachno, but I don't know with Gemini and Falcon or Goku here. But at least for me, I'm monogamous, and that's just my
Uh,
take.
since I've already had well, going back to a earlier question, since I've already been through a polyamorous relationship, it's definitely not for me. I tend to stick more towards monogamy. Um, I Mm, for an open relationship, I definitely do see like. Well, I know we talked about this on a old podcast,
Yes.
but uh, we I see that there are benefits that you can have, and then there's also cons. But like Okami was saying, um, you basically make the relationship or whatever relationship you're in what you make what it is. You and
Hmm.
your partner are supposed to do that. It's not supposed to just be one-sided. It's not supposed to be, you know,
And just to
someone
tag on,
giving.
just to tag on what you're saying, just mind you, both uh, for the relationship spectrum here, for polyamory, monogamy, and open relationships, you all have to remember there is compromises in every one of them. No
Yes.
matter
Hmm.
what you say and do, there is
Yep.
compromises between you and your partner or partners. Doesn't matter what
Yes.
anyone else says. What everyone else says is their own experiences and what they agree upon with their partners, what they're comfortable with. Everybody has a different comfortability level.
Yes. That's true. Which so yeah, just for me, I since I've already gone through something like that, I don't think I would be I mean, going through it alone, having the how Okami was describing what like thinking about where my partner was, what they could possibly be doing with other partners, everything like that. It definitely wasn't for me because I feel like I gave too much. I feel like I was holding on
Hmm.
too much, for like something that could inevitably happen, but uh nothing did. And it was just it was too much give and well, no, sorry. On her it was too much take and I was giving too much and I I can't do that. I need somebody who's 50-50.
No, no,
It
that's
can't.
fair. That's fair to say.
Hmm.
That's completely fair.
Yeah.
But it's
I-
like what I said. It's how you make it to be. If it wasn't for you, it wasn't for you. You didn't get your other, you didn't get the compromise in there, so you felt some sort of way. That's why I'm saying, that's why I never say that there's benefits to any type of relationship because really it's how you make it out to be. Now, like I will have my biases towards the other two types of relationships there, but you know, it's just how I perceive it. Now, I'm not going to over glorify it because I think that's wrong. I'm not going to shove it down people's throat. I also think that's wrong to do, but
The
whatever floats your boat.
the only thing I didn't understand is when she was coming out of the relationship she was formerly in from monogamy, and then she went right back into polyamory, and then after that, she went right back into monogamy again.
Okay, and
It
see
just
that's
didn't
that. I'm
make
glad you're mentioning that because I've seen that time and time again with polyamorous individuals. That's why, like, I have my personal bias, and I'm admitting I have a bias towards polyamorous and
Mhm.
open because you can't sit here and tell me that with those multiple partners in those relationships, you can't tell me that not a single human being there will get jealous. That's
see,
impossible.
and to me, it just didn't make sense how, you know, you you think you find the one person out of or just maybe just randomly that you're going to devote your life to, and then, you know, it hits the fan, and you decide to be polyamorous due to health or medical reasons, DID, and then you find another person that you're going to be monogamous with, and it's like, what?
Mhm. Yeah,
It
see,
just doesn't.
that
So
situation is a little bit more complex there. It sounds to me like someone came out of a relationship. They were like, I want to have this kind of phase where I'm going around doing
Yeah.
stuff with people, but I want that commitment. Like they want the commitment from somebody, but they don't want to commit to somebody. So they're getting into those kind of open relationships. But I guarantee you the partners that that person was picking was intentional. Like they were probably not looking for people who were actually out there just swinging like, oh yeah, I'm doing like 6 people every week, right? They were probably looking for people that were kind of getting their toes wet too. People that probably had like they wanted that clean nature. They're coming off of monogamy. They don't really know things either, so they could kind of whittle around and do what they want. But the other person is still operating like trying to figure things out. I think that situation's a little bit more different there though. Like, yeah. I can see why you would look at that and you'd be like, this isn't for me. That situation, I feel like isn't for anybody, regardless of what what name you put down on that. Like, that's a bad situation, bro. Like, and I'm sorry that you was even wrapped up in that kind of thing, because that
Yeah.
sounds more like a predator versus open relationship.
Say predator. It seemed like the person you're talking about. To me, it's more they were more experimenting. Because I know for me, like my first open relationship, uh, it's kind of ended how similar how you describe it, where it was fine for a period of time, but eventually another girl demanded monogamy from the person, and they're like, "Oh, peace,"
Mhm.
essentially.
Yeah.
But from my experience and talking from people in the community, at least from what I understand from actual polyamorous people, at best they develop a nesting partner, but they still see their other partners. So like that's why
the
I'm like a little bit skeptical of that person you're referring to.
Mhm.
the
Yeah.
only thing that probably pissed me off the most is when they were trying to explain to me the whole monogamy thing, and I already knew where they were going, and they gave me this spiel about like, oh, I'm happy now, I found this person, blah blah blah. I hope you can find the same too one day, and it's just like that sounded so condescending, but it's like,
Mhm.
and she was like, oh, it's not that you weren't enough or anything like that. But it's like I had to tell her, it's like, no, that's exactly what it was. It's not like that I'm not enough. It's me being not enough for you. Because
Honestly,
And is
homegirl sounds messy. I'm
I
sorry.
was gonna say, I get kind of hints of narcissism going on there a little bit. Like
Yeah.
it almost seems like it was all about her the whole time. Like that
Mm.
was her relationship and she was doing her thing. And then when she got tired of doing her thing without any kind of regards to the other people involved, she was just kind of like, well, I'm ready to kind of lock in with somebody now. Like, I hope y'all figure it out. Peace. Like, it's like, wait a minute. Like, whoa,
oh,
this supposed to be a relationship. Like,
she admitted to being a narcissist.
oh,
Mm.
Well,
see, dog,
there,
you
Yeah.
there
could
you go.
you could have
She
started with.
admit
I
Well,
was in an
she
there
open
you
admitted to
relationship with a narcissist. I got you, bro. You even gotta.
she
I got you.
she admitted to
speak
being
no
a
further.
narcissist.
Speak no further. We have the answer.
But
She
yeah,
admitted to
as
being a
said.
narcissist and a intellectual elitist.
All right. No, you don't even gotta.
Yep.
You could
Yep.
have, you
That's,
could have described the person, and I don't even know nothing else.
But yeah.
Like, any situation would have worked out that way. Like that's yeah, man.
oh,
Yeah.
here's a continuation question for you all. What kind of compromises do relationships give to have a continued healthy relationship or relationships? They're speaking on for poly, mono, and open.
Hmm.
It's
Okay.
almost all.
We can
Relationships
we can break
entirely
it down step by step. So,
Wait,
um,
Ukami, Rin is back.
Wait,
yes, I
is the
see that.
question basically what compromises from our deal makers are we willing to make to maintain a healthy relationship? Is that the
Whatever
question?
you feel is necessary, and whatever you feel suits that answer. So we'll start with Los on this one, actually.
Okay. Well, I think I can speak about this a little bit. I was in a relationship for about almost 8 years. So almost a decade, pretty long time. I would tell you, compromises. I don't really know. Like, I feel like what made it last so long was just I was able to just be myself, and the other person, I hopefully, you know what I mean. Like, they were able to be themselves, and it was just about growth and stuff like that. And um, I feel like there's a lot of stuff that you just got to deal with if you want a relationship to really last a long time. Like, there's just going to be moments where a person is just going to be really, really, really unbearable. And if you want that relationship to last, you got to look at so the compromises, that's exactly what you got to look at, right? If the situation is really bad for me, I don't like to be embarrassed. I don't like to be put down. And I don't like for someone to make me look weak around other people just because it's like it becomes condescending and demeaning, right? When I'm with somebody, I want them to feel strong, like they can do anything in the world, and I want to empower them, and I expect that same treatment back. And so it's like if the problems that they're going through, where it's really unbearable, but they don't fall into that category of things, I'll put up with it. I'll try to work through it, and that's why that relationship, I feel like it lasted a long time because whenever I was unbearable, they put up with it because it wasn't breaking whatever compromises they had. Whenever they were unbearable, I put up with it, and then you just kind of grow and work through stuff. But I feel like if the person's unbearable when they're really bad, and it crosses that point where you start looking at yourself wrong, like you start looking in the mirror and you don't love yourself anymore, that's where I think you gotta cut it. Like you have to cut it because a person could be annoying, they could be rude, they could be mean, they could be all those things. And some people they have the tolerance to put up with it. I mean, I know people who put up with that from friends. So it's like some people they can just deal with it. But the moment that you wake up and you start hating yourself and you're looking at that person and you're hating them and you're like, I don't want to talk to this person anymore. You start avoiding phone calls, you start literally trying to do anything else, that's when I think is over. Like for me, that's how I feel about it. Like,
I just want to say to Los, a viewer said, "Hey, it's Los."
oh, who,
I don't,
okay, I appreciate it.
but is there anything else you want to add to that? I'm sorry, I didn't mean to interrupt you.
No, you're good. No, that's pretty much it. Like you have to know yourself. That's what I'm gonna say. You have to know yourself, like, and you just have to get it out front. And you're first of all, you gotta figure it out for yourself. Then you have to establish it with them, right? Like, if I don't really know what makes me happy, what makes me sad, what I can put up with, all of that, I'm gonna walk in a relationship and I'm gonna find out a few things about myself, and I'm gonna be like, I really don't like that. And that other person, their natural way of being, might just not work with me. They might not be a problem. We're just not a good fit, right? So it's like when you start talking about compromises, that's you gotta figure that out for yourself. You have to, absolutely. But that's about it, though.
Well done.
Okay. Um, but I actually agree with you there. And
Mhm.
Falcon, you're up next. Unless you want me to reiterate the question for you.
I guess for compromises, I don't. She doesn't need to be Asian as long as she's not African American.
Oh, what was that? What was that
Bruh.
slip? What was that
My
Oh,
slip?
God.
my boy, yo, I told you, he just be saying things right
What?
out the gate. My boy
Dude,
is
did your mom ever
thinking like,
say
She
think
doesn't need to
before
be
you
conservative.
speak?
She doesn't need to be conservative, but as long as she's not liberal, I'll take a moderate.
Saw that. We all saw that. We all heard that slip.
Yeah,
Yes.
yeah,
I heard it.
y'all heard it.
I heard it.
Oh
I
my
See
heard the
what else
whole
is.
God.
bundle.
I
Wow.
had
I
faith in
heard
you.
We had faith.
hmm
I had faith in him.
I guess those are the compromises.
Okay. What other
She
kind of
does
got
need to know how to
two.
play a
Wait,
musical
wait, wait.
instrument,
Let me
but I count the drum.
okay. So what compromises would you do with said girl in monogamous relationship? Let's start with that.
Not even a compromise. Settling.
Explain the question.
Okay, so
Oh boy.
what are your pet peeves?
Oh, it's
In
minor things that I don't like.
yes, like let's say you had let's say you had a Asian biddy girlfriend, right?
Mm-hmm.
What are some things that you would not like for your Asian biddy to have
It
in
should be a
your
goth
relationship?
Asian biddy.
Is she what?
Asian buddy is
It should be a
crazy.
goth Asian biddy.
Yeah,
God,
okay,
this nigga
fine.
here is
Let's
a
let's
piece of work.
entertain this. She can be a goth Asian biddy.
Always carries a cross around where she
Oh
goes.
my god.
Yo,
Wait,
he's
is this
literally
a
playing
compromise?
build a woman.
No, that's basically I'm just building my ideal wife hope.
Yo,
No, but that's not
he's
what the
about to start
question is.
RPing
Okay,
and
for the
like
compromise,
somebody
I
stop
don't like
him.
hoarders.
No,
I don't
I'm
like
asking you what
hoarders.
the compromise is. Fuck it. I'm not asking you to build a bitch workshop here.
Where you find buildabitch.co at.
Oh my god. Okay, just what are your compromises? What
Am I
is it?
willing to sacrifice?
Yes.
Toxic.
I'm a very open person, so it's really hard to find something that would be highly
You're
dissatisfied
a
with.
really open person.
Yeah,
Okay.
I
All
have much to
excluding
say
all
no.
people of
Wait. Let's just accept
skin
that.
color.
Let's just accept that. Goku. Can we get a Goku's answer?
I got nothing.
Okay.
No,
Goku.
actually, no. Okay, so you're talking about. I want to reiterate what Los was talking about, like that like a 10, like I was dating somebody for like 10 years, right? And yeah, there's compromise. You have something. I'm not gonna say what we had, but you have something like maybe that you both share together. That everything else, that all those other problems that you have, like it's away for that certain time. And I think that's what like made it last the longest. So no matter what it was, but we had this one thing, and we were both happy during that whole time. You know. There is a thing like that, and yeah, there's gonna be a whole bunch of complications and stuff like that all the time. You're gonna fight, you're gonna like all this stupid crap.
Oh, I
As
think
long
I
as
got a
you,
compromise.
as long as you can come to one thing, that you guys really enjoy. That's what I guess that's what made it last the longest.
All right, well, I think
Yeah.
I came up with a compromise.
Okay, what is your compromise?
All right, so my second ex, she basically was in a wheelchair all the time, and her legs didn't work. So I'm willing to compromise that her legs aren't functional. That's not something I need to worry too much about.
Okay, that's a good. My boy,
Missing an
yo,
arm or two, I read that
Wow.
mind. You
All
got
right.
scratching your face?
So
Okay.
you don't care if they're handicapped. Okay, that's good.
No.
yo, my dog. I knew he had it in
He
him.
knew he.
I knew it.
My
We just had
boy.
to wait on it.
I just don't date
My
liberals.
boy.
Oh my god.
Okay. We're gonna go to Ren on this one.
What's the question?
What kind of compromises do relationships give to have a continued healthy relationship? And they're targeting either poly, mono, or open. Whatever which one you can, give any kind of compromise to.
All right, monogamous relationship is all about compromise. They're going to be doing things that you don't like, and you just gotta have to accept it.
We can't just clone her with the perfect personality. Damn.
That's the compromise. You both are gonna do things that each other's gonna hate. Like Hikara said, when you want to kill the other person, that's how you know you love them.
Just for audience sake, he doesn't really mean kill.
Like a praying mantis.
No, it's more like
Metaphorically,
a,
you want to
it's
kill
more
them.
like a anger kind of thing.
Yeah, they don't die if you just put the pillow in their
Like,
face.
oh,
They just go sleep for a
you
long
went
time.
you go ahead and you pour the milk first before the cereal. I want to strangle you. I won't,
Yeah.
but I want to.
What's wrong with milk first in the cereal bowl?
It's heathenism.
You
Well, how's
don't
he
do
heathenism?
that.
What do you mean?
That's
you
not
do
how you
that?
make cereal.
Okay.
What kind of freak pours the cereal, pours the milk?
What
I
other
go both
compromises
ways with the
do you
milk.
have, Ren?
Then you're a freak.
Sometimes I put the milk in a cup and I drink when I eat my cereal. So what?
Okay.
You can do about it.
What other compromises do you have, Ren?
Other compromises? Well, it just goes on a case by case situation. It's just like, all right, what do they do, and how willing are you to accept? How much do you
All
like
right,
them that you're
let me
willing
throw
to
a
accept?
monkey wrench in it. So if you're sleeping together in the same bed, what if she farts under the covers?
More air out than in.
Okay,
Yeah.
in that
Yeah.
case,
What do you think about
you're gonna accept it. You gotta accept that. If she
Okay.
farts, you gotta accept it.
What if it's one of those long, loud ones that just like goes forever?
Why don't we just list off things and just ask whether or not that's something we're willing to
That's funny.
compromise with?
Oh
Could,
my,
Like the kind you it rumbles, like the bed rumbles, so you know what's going on.
Okay, Rin, what
oh
about
my
this?
god.
She chews her food with her mouth open and very loud.
I do that. Well, but not with my mouth open, but I do chew pretty loud.
Okay.
Okay. Let's throw things at him and see what sticks or not.
what? Why?
My aunt Nisi actually recommended that my mom beat me because I chew my chew so loud.
Oh my god.
She-
All right.
If you don't
Anyway.
beat that little boy,
I don't
Anyway,
like
wait,
my
wait,
aunt Nisi though, but
wait. Okay, Arachno, your turn.
Like for instance, with my current monogamous relationship, some compromises that come to mind is like outings for me. For instance, I'm more extroverted than my partner, so I like going outside to museums and stuff, and my partner is willing to compromise on that because he knows it's something I enjoy. Like additionally, like another form of compromise is like I would play a game with him, for instance. That's probably not my cup of tea, but I give it a chance every once in a while because I know it would make
them
um
happy.
yeah. Like that's some instances I can see compromise. Um Snoring is another big one I can think of. Um where, like someone like snores really, really loud, you could either like negotiate where it's like, hey, I can't sleep either. So I'm gonna sleep like in the living room or something like that. That
what
could be
if
considered
he keeps a
compromise.
jar of toenail clippers?
No.
What?
Yeah.
A jar of toenail clips.
All right, now that's a monkey
Yeah,
Okay.
wrench.
yeah, that's going too far for me. I can't accept
I've
it.
That's a big.
I've dated
Yeah.
eccentric people, but not that eccentric.
So that's where
So
we
Got a lot
draw
of
the line.
questions on
Toenail
how he's
clippers.
collecting them.
But eating
I
with your
know
mouth open isn't that bad?
for me,
What?
when I was in non-monogamous relationships, one of the main reasons that I would agree to like open or swinger ordeal is because I have a very, 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 very low sex drive, and my partner was like my partners at the time were polar opposites of me when it came to sex drive, and
I feel that.
so when it came to that, I and I don't have as much. Don't not to say I don't get jealous. I do. I didn't have as much as a jealous factor in regards to having my partner mess with somebody else. So I was okay with the arrangement that they saw other people. That was my compromise when it came to open relationships.
Mhm.
And not only that, there were also times where I wanted to be completely by myself, and my partner, wanted to spend time with me, but I just wanted to be alone. And when I say the other compromise of like the open relationship, it's like, hey, I really want to be alone. I want to ruminate or whatever. Can you please see your other partner while I'm at this time? Um, that's another compromise from their end.
Oh, actually, I have a question thing for you, Arachno. So, in the circumstances, say, like, you don't have much of a sex drive.
Mhm.
Would it be unfair to say, like, all right, and I know I'm not very interested in, sex, but I still, like, I know you are, so
Mhm.
I'll have it when you want, just don't have it with anyone else. Is that
I
a
mean,
bad
yeah.
or is that a bad compromise?
I mean, I personally don't think so. It really depends on the dynamic between you and your partner. If
Which of
you
the
and your
two
partner,
situations is
Mhm.
the best or the worst?
like that's another thing through too. I wouldn't promote my lifestyle for anyone. Like it really depends on who you are, whether you're monogamous enough. Like for me, I tend not to get that jealous, so I didn't mind that my partner seeked satiation through others, man or woman.
Mhm.
Um, while, like for instance, I'm assuming Rin that you're monogamous and the other partner's monogamous. At that point, they're
Like, pretty much it's just like, oh, I know I don't have much of a sex drive, but you
yeah.
do, but I still
Then
don't want you cheating, even though I don't want.
yeah, exactly. Then the compromise would be that listen, I don't have that much of a sex drive. If you want sex, unfortunately you're gonna have to initiate. If you want me to initiate more, we can schedule certain times and I can initiate those days. But other than that, I apologize, but I'm not going to initiate as much.
Hmm. And I
I think
think your
that's fair.
situation, yeah, I think your situation actually describes the nature of everything in a relationship. That's the definition of a compromise, is figuring out exactly where that line is drawn. If the other person has a high sex drive and you don't, then there's going to be you got to play it moment by moment. Like there's going to be moments where you just can't.
Exactly.
But then there are going to be moments where you, come on, like you guys are adults. You're going to have to give a little. Like, you know what I mean? It's like sometimes you just got to fold and be like, you know what? All right, I'm going to do it just to make them happy. You know, a lot in a relationship is literally comes down to, I really don't want to, but this would make them happy, so I'm going to.
Hmm.
Like a lot of a relationship boils down to that. Like I think that's the nature of long term relationships.
Hmm.
Yeah.
Eventually things just become that, like I don't want to, but it'll make them happy. So all right.
I don't know. I'm still a bit confused about the toenail thing because I don't think a jar of toenails is that bad.
Wait, what? Okay, it's
I
okay. So I think what it is, well, at least for me, and I think other people probably agree, is just that there are some things that are just considered disgusting, and bad
my
hoarding, like hoarding disgusting habits, is not a good.
my main concern would be why.
What if it's like for the religious practice?
What religion needs requires toenails, fucker?
I don't know. Maybe like a ritual thing.
I'm not
Like
gonna lie. I'd probably not feel comfortable if someone's like collecting toenails or belly lint. I think that might be a deal breaker for me.
Wait,
Or
which is
how
for
worse,
the god
toenails or belly
executor.
lint?
Ugh.
yo, once
Okay, belly lint
again,
is bad. Belly lint is
whose
bad. Because
toenails,
toenails
how
are
are
kind
they
of like they're kind of
collecting
sterile,
them?
I guess. Not as
How
bad as
are they
belly. Belly
doing
lint is like
that? And whose
moist
are
and sticky.
they? Like, come on. There's just so many questions.
How do you
It's just
guys
not
know
even
about
worth
my
it.
OnlyFans?
Listen.
What?
Goku, no!
Podcast only
I
meow.
I tend to be very forgiving when it comes to cleanliness. Like for me, I would even be okay with like a couple toenail clippings on the floor, but you collecting them, bro? Collecting them?
Damn.
What if he
What's wrong
doesn't
with
collect
that?
yours? He just collects only his own.
Goku, really?
Why
They're
why
saving
are we
up.
evolving this? Why are we evolving this hypothetical? Let's okay, no. Let's move on from this because I feel like it's like he's just going to create this fictional person until somebody says yes. Somebody please agree that they okay with this.
Like the toenails
All
are
right,
more
okay,
valuable.
yeah, I agree. Let's move on to the next question. Anyway, oh wait, Gemini, did you answer?
No, but
Okay,
that's okay.
no, go ahead and answer. No, everyone has a fair shot at answering the question.
uh, my compromises are basically on a case by case basis, basically on whatever scenario it is. But it kind of goes along with what Rin was saying. Just like if if you're willing to put up with, and this goes with the same scenario with friendships and everything. If you're willing to put up with whatever kind of craziness or however this person is, um, then yeah, that shows how committed you are to that person. It can be very simple compromises. It doesn't have to be simple compromises. To me, are kind of like how was it Goku who mentioned the fart under the
Yeah. No, that was
No,
that oh
I
okay
elaborated
yeah,
on it.
something like that
Hmm.
is very small and insignificant. Like if they're small and insignificant like that, that's something you're just gonna have to accept. But if it's compromising like things that you literally have to talk about, and you know um
like, oh, like,
yeah, give
arachno.
me an example.
Yeah. So how's about this? So arachno. Let's just say your partner, right? they'll scratch their butt, like not reaching under their pants, but they'll scratch their butt through their
Oh.
the outside of their jeans.
Yeah.
No,
No.
That's fine.
They
that's
scratch their butt in their butt.
no, like through their pants,
Okay.
like from the outer layer. Is that okay? Is that something you can compromise with? Is that something you can accept?
Sure,
I feel
why
like these
not?
are kind of
But
light. Yeah, these
but
are kind
I
of
will
light.
say this, a compromise is that yes, you can scratch your butt, but I don't want you touching me with that hand until after you wash it.
What if they want a big hug?
Oh, damn.
But if they want a hug,
Yeah,
Have
after
they-
they
One,
scratch
one
their butt.
armed hug.
so
One
After
armed
they scratch
hug.
their butt. Yeah.
Yeah,
Dap
like
'em up.
They
personally
still
for
got their
me,
pants on. They weren't going through like underneath it to scratch your butt.
yeah, I'm saying that's
I
fine.
don't know. Like for me, it's like for me, you have to wash your hands.
Keep that
That's just
sanitizer
me.
on you.
Not a
Take care of that.
compromise, but not a compromise.
Oh
You know what?
my
You know what,
god!
Arachno? That is fine.
Sorry, butt scratchers are not her type.
All right,
No, you
here's
can
my.
scratch your butt. I just need you to wash your hands if you're gonna touch me.
You know what? That's fair. That's
Yeah,
fair.
it is. It absolutely
That's
is.
fair.
So yeah, that would be my answer to your question, Gemini.
What about hand sanitizer?
Wait. Okay. Anyway.
Hmm.
What is the right time or age to have a baby with your partner? Why do you think so?
Okay.
Hmm.
Oh.
That varies.
If you want to know the right age, I can tell you basically from studies and observations and understanding on human reproductivity,
28.
before 25 years old is ideal biologically. It's
Okay,
like the
biologically.
maximum, the most beneficial time.
Yeah,
Okay.
tell that to
After that, you start
ours.
having risk of genetic defects that start to rise slowly, incrementally.
Tell
All
that
right.
to our
So,
society, right?
so now the question: are we talking about biologically, or are we talking about just like have a kid, raise a kid? Like, what's going on here?
I'll read the question again. When is the right time or age to have a baby with your partner? Why do you think so? Explain your
Uh,
reasoning.
personally, for me, ideally, if you want to avoid um, genetic com- complications, you would ideally want to try to have a kid before the